about to do. All right, that takes care of that. Alrighty, what's up, good people? People of the YouTube land. Okay, there we go. All right, what's going on, B? What's going on, Shardy? I think that's all. Said something earlier before that they went live. Yeah. BRP, gonna run, get some brewskis. Well, all right. Drink 'em if you got 'em, I guess, right? Oh, a lot better. God, that's hot. Pause. Cool. There we go. Which microphone is hooked? Studio mic. Okay, good. All right. Pete, you still here, bro? Living the dream? Dreaming to live? Shardy said he's going to get brewskis, apparently. Sure. Alrighty. I think that takes care of everything. So what's up, good people? How's everybody doing? And if you happen to watch the replay of this, you can let me know in the comments. What a glitch. There's gonna be something wrong. No, no, there's not. It's updated. Not sure what the hell that was about. the fuck? Hey, Blue. How are you?
Hey,
Whoa,
long
you are
time no see.
you are really loud. Hold on.
I am. Is it my fan?
No, I was listening to music and messing around with virtual DJ. Um, and I had the headphones up. Okay, say something.
Ah!
Oh, all right. Maybe a little bit more. And now,
Hello, hello.
okay, there we go.
Check 1, 2, 3.
You come in you come in like a wrecking ball.
Wrecking ball.
You're like,
3, 2, 1,
hello.
1, 2, 3. Who the fuck is fucking with me? That's what Gary says. I can hardly hear you.
And now,
No,
oh shit. I touched the microphone, which means it auto.
corrected it.
Yeah, hold on.
I only have a few minutes. I got 13 hours tomorrow.
Okay, how's that?
Yeah, that's good.
So that's better.
Yes.
All right.
So what you been up to?
Um, getting caught up on things before the winter.
Yeah.
It's
Do you
very
get
hard to do
do
a
you
roof
get
in the middle of
snowed
winter.
in or iced in?
Uh, what do you mean? Like does it like snow a lot to the point where your driveway's like completely covered in snow?
Yeah, where there's no traffic.
Oh, so uh the equivalent of a school day is what you mean?
Yeah, like
Sometimes, yeah. It
see,
depends.
yeah. In Arkansas, we didn't. I mean, we got snow once in a while, but in Arkansas, it's mainly ice. I mean, where you could hear telephone poles cracking. If you're out in the woods, have your houses out there, you can hear trees. And it's a beautiful sound. It really is cool. But it is just the man. Mother Nature's a bitch. She don't mess, man.
I like the look of ice on trees.
Yes, it is absolutely beautiful,
Mm.
but deadly. You go to like the limbs that are across the street or driveways trying to get out, and right when you go to cut them, you think it's going to go right, which you should, if you do geographing, it's going to go that way or whatever, but and
In
it
the
don't.
'90s, we had a ice storm in Canada, and it was a pretty damn bad one. It froze everything. Trees were breaking. Anything that could freeze and break froze and broke.
Yeah. See, I don't understand. How does a telephone snap in half with ice? I mean, it's just drizzling straight down, right? Seemed like it would support it more. But hey, that's me thinking.
Um, I think it
But
would be the same science behind, like if you took liquid nitrogen and you put it on your finger and then hit your finger, it would shatter. It freezes it to the point where it has no density.
okay, that makes sense. Okay,
I mean, I'm not a scientist, so I don't
right.
really know, but
But it's more than what I had.
yeah, maybe I don't know.
But yeah, oh, it's beautiful. That was I'm so sorry. That was my first winter in Arkansas, and my brother had a house. It was built on the side of a mountain. I mean, it was like 17 acres of nothing but woods. And it was a beautiful home, and it just, I mean, pop, pop. And I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
You're not in Kansas.
I like taking people ice fishing that's never been ice fishing, because when you drive
Oh,
across,
yeah.
when you drive across the ice, it settles and cracks, right? So it sounds like
Yeah.
you're going to go through, but you're not going to go through. If it doesn't crack, that's when you gotta worry, because as you're going across it, it's going to settle and pack itself down. But when it's not making a sound, it means you're on such thin ice that you just sink through. And people that's never been on the ice like that before, they trip right there. They're like, oh my God, we're going to go through. We're going to go through. It's cracking. It's settling, not cracking.
I think the scariest thing that I think that I've ever done that scared me was there was about 5 of us, and we went on a 2-week vacation. We flew into Vegas. We drove through Utah up to Montana and Wyoming. And it was in the middle of the winter, and we were snowmobiling through Yellowstone. And we were going there, and somehow we found the only bar in Yellowstone. But anyways, we'll figure that one. And they're like, we were going down this path, and me and this one guy, I looked over and I'm like, there's that bar right there. There's that bar. He said, do you want to go? And I'm like, yeah. And the other 3, they're like, are you guys going? And we're like, no, we're staying here. So me and him hauled off. I'm talking wide open, flat land. I mean, straight towards the bar. It's a win-win, right?
Mm.
We get halfway across it. And I mean, we're flying. We got it wide open on these snowmobiles. And all of a sudden, I'm looking down, and I mean, we're going over. You could see where it had crack and refroze. We're going over a lake.
You're
And
talking
it's
about a pressure crack? It's like a big ass crack in the middle of the ice.
big old crack, and then it pushed it up like a pressure crack, and then
it freezes again.
Yeah. But the bad thing about it is that was like in Montana, which is nothing but sitting on a big old volcano.
Oh shit.
You know, I mean, you got old St. Helen over here blowing her cork or whatever that is. And, you know, oh my God, there was hot mud and everything, all I could think. And I slowed down enough. I got his attention. I said, look where we're at. And we're in the middle of this fucking lake. And he goes, oh shit. I said, I'm turning around. Now, it was just as far to go back the other way as to go the other way. For some reason we turned around. And we got back there, and I'm like, why did you guys let us go on that lake? Are you fucking crazy? You know, and they're like, well, we thought you knew. Oh, you always double check before some ding dong goes out there in the middle of the lake and fuck.
When I was a kid, my uncle, my father, my other uncle, and my father's buddy took me ice fishing, and there was a pressure crack like a little while away. And when the ice pressure cracks like that, you sink, and then it shifts, and then there's a lot of water that comes through the holes in the ice shack, and it started to freeze, or not freeze, sorry, it started to flow over, which means there was like a half a foot of water, and my father thought that the ice was sinking for a quick second, and everybody gets in the truck, and they speed off and they zoom, but they forgot something very valuable behind. So they had to come back and get me.
Oh my goodness.
How the hell do you forget the kid?
I don't know.
I mean, I
got locked in a church one time. As a child, I was freaking out. Now, my mom and dad have 5 children. Sunday afternoon, and I was down in the bathroom, you know, and I know somebody turned off the bathroom light, but I was too scared to say, I'm in here, you know. And I got out. The doors were locked. You want to talk, even at a very young age, that was such a creepy sensation. Just a creepy sensation. Fucking freaked me out.
I like those types of things. I used to go looking for haunted houses when I was a kid, and I'd go into them. The abandoned buildings that are all busted to shit, frozen in time. None of the other kids wanted to go inside, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Finally, they came back, and I'm sitting there. There's like when you walked in, then there were some steps. I was just sitting on the steps. They're like, they had the janitor come back and unlock the door. Man, you love me. Jeez.
I like haunted houses and creepy shit like that.
Oh yeah, got some good memories of those. We still go to Halloween Horror Night down here, Universal Studios.
We got a thing around here. It's a Halloween. I don't know what that. It's called Saunders Farm. And one of the kids in one of my group home, his family owns it, so he'd get us in for free. And there's a hayride or whatever where you go on a tractor in this trailer thing, and there's a dude that comes flying out of the damn bush in the middle of the night, wheeling a damn chainsaw. And I picked a hay thing up and I threw it at him. It was the only thing I could think of because I didn't want him to get to the. I was a kid, right? So I'm like, this guy's gonna kill us. So I grabbed the hay thing and I threw it at him. Apparently, you're not supposed to do that. They kicked us out. There's a guy with a chainsaw chasing us. For the love of God, you think they'd have a little bit of compassion? What the hell?
Reality. You're not dealing with reality.
No, but it was a good little part. I don't know what the hell it's called. It's Saunders Farm. You can buy pumpkins. There's like a haunted house. There's a haunted tractor path ride. There's one thing that made me almost want to throw up where you go through it and it spins. Like there's like a mirror and the mirror spins around the piece that you're walking through. So it makes you think that you're spinning. But in the reflection of the mirror, you can see like different movie characters and shit. So it looks like they're like ghostly swimming over top of you. It was a weird thing.
Huh.
Made me want to throw up. It just kept spinning.
We'll get together with people that, obviously we went to high school with and stuff like that. And we get talking about stories, and Halloween always seems to come up, man. We've got some stories. You remember when you did? Nope, I don't remember nothing.
I know nothing. Absolutely.
I know nothing.
Nothing. It was the States is the 5th, so you plead the 5th.
Yeah.
I have the right to remain silent. Anything I say can and will be used against me. Yeah. That's funny.
I haven't seen too many people out and about. I haven't been in the chats. I've been here and there, but nothing.
I haven't really been on YouTube at all.
We still got who griping about what. Jesus Christ, fucking poke myself.
Sleep at night, I guess.
Fucking ear, huh?
Whatever helps you sleep at night, I guess.
Yeah.
I got broad shoulders and a pretty stiff backbone. I can take it.
Yep. You definitely handled it more mature than she did. She was saying something about I don't give a fuck if she's listening. But anyway, you're not even allowed to say my name on there. Are you ready? Golden.
What the fuck?
He ain't saying nothing, but he's saying stuff behind the scenes. He's emailing people. Whatever. Nobody cares anymore. Nobody cares.
Fuck. I mean, the first person I've emailed in a very long time is you, and that was earlier.
Yeah.
I haven't.
Hey, where's Nova?
Oh, well, I got yesterday. I finished, got home, had a bath. Then Nova and I chilled in Discord for a bit, and then we watched some funny shit. And I think he ate up most of his data, and he was supposed to get a data card, but he hasn't got back to me yet, so I don't think he got his data card.
Does he work?
What's that?
Does he work?
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a couple jobs. Give or take. It is kind of amusing, the whole situation, though. I'll say that. That's,
Yeah.
you know.
Interesting people.
Yeah, I'll say. I don't know. People will be people, you know. As far as I'm concerned, it's all dead issue.
There is one issue that I'd like to hear your side of the story, but I don't want to bring it out and the people can hear it. Hang on, I'll write it in private.
Okay. While you're writing that, I'm gonna top up my coffee and quickly take a pee. I've had to pee for the last like 15
Top it off,
minutes.
top it off. Okay.
Top it off, top it off, top it off, top it off. I'll sip the foam.
Well, we're young and the restless. Another day, another dollar. Keep the arms and legs inside the vehicle. No, come to a complete stop. Or Tank, I need a handyman for a minute. I got some honeydew list that needs to get done. Let's see. Let's check out the weather. Oh, go figure. Rain, rain, rain,
Touch me
and
there.
let's
You're not
do
my
another
pro
rain.
officer.
Huh?
I said, don't touch me there. You're not my pro officer.
They're just showing the weather. Go figure. Another 2 weeks of rain. It's already been the month. every day. I've been wanting to spray my weeds, and I have a lawn guy that comes up, but I have a flower bed that goes around that I maintain. But you can't spray weed killer on there if it rains. It just dilutes it. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm just typing. Hold on.
Okay. So keeps going. I won't even have to bend over to pull the weeds. Yeah. Uh, I need you. I need you, Tank. I need a handyman for a little bit. Can I use you and abuse you?
Well, as long as it's okay if I just wear my tool belt.
Oh my.
I'm just I mean, hammer dangling. No.
I mean, I really need a handyman. I'm not talking sexually. Now you got me. Okay, yeah, all right.
Let's spell that.
Well, how many people you got in here?
5 or 6 ish.
They come for my singing. Not. Yeah, there was only 3 when I came in. Yeah, I was watching some of this Eric stuff and Josh Abram and stuff. These guys have gone off the fucking deep end.
What?
They've gone off the deep end.
I've been away for a little bit, so I haven't really been keeping up. Can you explain?
Well, Josh Abrams going to prison. He took a plea deal. He has to turn himself in October 13th. 2 to 3 years, 3 years probation or something like this.
Is that on the domestic and rape case?
No, that's on the burglary.
Okay.
Whatever happened, a couple burglary things. Eric is, I think, ended up in North Carolina with Blind Justice and hanging out at the school making threats, I guess. I don't know. Not a smart thing to do considering Columbine and the shootings and stuff. That's, So they put the school on, I guess, semi-lockdown. Of course, this is just all what I've heard. Not like they came out and it was on paper. Blind Justice. I think people need to get up off his ass and leave him alone. You can still be legally blind and be active and look at a person when they're talking to you. Actually, you're trained to do that. To still be normal and look in a certain direction and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
If he still has, like my little lady that I watch, she's legally blind, but she probably 97%. But she has that one little sliver she can see out of him. Believe me, the bitch can see a piece of paper on the floor. Am I talking to myself?
No, I'm hearing you. I'm just listening. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, breathe or something.
There.
Oh, it says.
It says.
Hang on, I'm reading. That's cool. I just read that. Okay.
Blind Justice was
Yeah.
arrested on courthouse steps for failure to appear while being denied access.
Well, he wanted to go in. They were going to let him go in, but he wanted to take his camera, or should I say his phone.
Okay, that's
And
his
they,
communication thing. That's how he documents things so that he
but the judge told him in a reasonable, uh, whatever, that he can bring in his stick, his dog, his anything else. That's the only thing you can't bring in. He did not want it to be videotaped or whatever. And he was there, and his lawyer was there, and he stood his ground. He said, I want to be able to bring this in. You're, you know, act. See, to me, that's, he's not letting him bring it in. And to me, the judge is going, well, it's a camera and it's this. But the devices are just so helpful, and things have changed for the ADA with all the equipment and, the technology. You have to, I think you should have let him come in. Maybe put little, stickers over the camera or whatever, but at least let him use the audio. That's my opinion.
Was the courtroom like open to the public,
I don't know.
or was it a closed hearing of some sort?
I think it was closed,
Hmm.
but that I don't know. All I know, and I was watching it live, is that they came out and, there was probably, I'm going to throw out a number, maybe 9 people there, 10 people. And they said, if you don't come in, we're going to come out and arrest you. So he sat there and he held out his hands. They put on the handcuffs and walked him in. I think the judge could have been a little more lenient. And I think he could have been a little more lenient. I mean, at least if you're going to make changes, my opinion, make changes in the laws and think, inch it. If you have to inch it, then inch it.
I would like to know if the courtroom was open to the public or if it was
Yeah,
closed. If it was open to the public, it would he would be able to go in with his camera recording devices
yeah.
or
If
whatnot.
I'm fighting for something, if I can get an inch, I'll take an inch. If I can get a mile, I'll take a mile. But I don't know. I
Hey,
don't know everything.
welcome back, Shardy, and hello, Northern Corruption Monitor 907.
Oh, got people in here. You come over here. We have a Jody Love.
What up? God bless Blind Justice. Right, I agree. He needs our prayers anyway.
Tank, watch it. Better be justice.
Watch it. Tank, watch it. ...
Yeah, Shardy, we're talking about blind justice.
I mean, that poor dude's put up with a lot of shit. With any luck, they'll get some shit corrected on it though.
Yeah.
It hopefully will bring some form of a change. They have to accommodate, right?
Right.
And can't even speak. Electronic devices is what he uses for his disability. So you'd think that they would have to accommodate that. I mean, they had to through a different public building. Um, the ADA, I think it's the ADA, come out and clarified it and said yes, uh, you're fine. When it was through a different um, situation, so you think that it'd be the same through this situation?
Yeah. I know we have laws and all this stuff, but times are changing, and we're not in that. I mean, come on, even in Arkansas, it's against the law to take a shower with your clothes off.
What?
You have to be fully clothed. It's actually on the law books. I mean, some of this stuff is just ridiculous. I mean, times have changed.
What is the point of showering if you're going to keep your clothes on?
Well, I guess you do the laundry at the same time. I don't know. I guess back then nakedness was bad. I don't know. I was back there looking up all these crazy laws back in the day, and that are still ongoing in the books, have not been taken off. So it's kind of interesting.
Interesting is an understatement.
Yeah.
We have a law. I don't know if it's a right or a law, but it's still in the books, but they don't abide by it. And it's, if you get released from jail, you're supposed to get a horse and a 6-shooter to ride out of town safely.
In Arkansas, you can still go to the courthouse steps and beat your wife on Sunday.
What the fuck? Come on, we're going to the courthouse. What for? Fuck, I built this up all week.
You're getting your Sunday flogging.
Oh my god. Oh, that's crazy.
Bitch, I told you no milk in my oatmeal.
How is that a law?
And just there's some crazy stuff. We were laughing. Look it up in your area. The craziest laws still on the books. Oh, hey, Shardy.
Okay. Craziest law still active in Canada. Top 10 weird laws. I can't see it. It's too far away. There we go. Did you know that you can't keep rats as pets in Alberta? What? And you're not allowed
That's a law?
to paint a garage in purple in Ontario.
That's a law?
Apparently. That doesn't have a number on it, but this one does. Number. It's forbidden to pay in coins. It's illegal
Ooh.
to drag a dead horse along the streets. It's illegal to remove a bandage in public. It's not allowed to carry a snake in public. It's unacceptable to hold too many sails. It's illegal to accidentally scare a child to death. It's forbidden to pick trillium. Trillium, that's the flower. Yeah, that's the Canadian flower or whatever. It's on like the driver's license. It's on health cards. It's illegal to bring llamas to national park. It's illegal to own a domestic rat. It's forbidden to paint doors in purple.
Oh, I wonder what that meant if you painted them purple.
I don't know.
Punch it in there. What's it mean when you would paint a door purple?
What did that one say? 10? That one says 20. Okay. What's it mean to paint a door? Oh, I forgot the R. Purple.
I'm expecting a phone call. I hope it don't go through. Now that I'm on here.
Purple front door, meaning paint your door purple. Okay. Purple front door, meaning with purple door. Here we go. Cancel that. So you love the idea of having purple door. A purple door. Me too. Adding a purple splash of color to your home has some beautiful meaning behind it. Two, the color purple can represent a lot of things, including creativity, wealth, and honor. When I bought a new home, I was excited to paint the front door purple since I first pulled up way before I made an offer. Pretty crazy, right? Purple felt like the perfect color to set apart my plain white house with plain black trim. My mind spun with ideas. My house needed TLC, love, personality, front door color. Okay, that's wonderful, but can you tell me what purple door?
Law, just punch in laws against color painting your door purple. Why?
I read purple promote health, success, and diversity, culture, colors worn by masters, heaven, belief.
Shardy Road. Let's see here. Here's a good one.
Can say that I'm sold. Okay. No.
Old though. Humans once could own their own humans. Slaves. Ridiculous. Well, that's still on. They're still doing it, I guess.
Loony Canadian law. Loony Canadian law you might be tempted to break. Have you heard about the Apology Act? It's a real law, and it's just about the most Canadian on record. It states that an apology is not an admission of guilt or fault, but yet an expression of sympathy or regret. I never would have guessed such thing was true, so I started researching other unique laws, from hunting Sasquatch to singing in public. There are some of the weirdest Canadian laws that actually exist today. Okay, but you're not telling me about the damn purple door. Woman told she can't paint her store purple, orange. What? Maybe this will tell me. Ontario didn't agree to Ontario orange. Okay, here we go. No, that's not it. We don't need to be a big brother or a big bully forcing this on people. Okay, I missed a part. Okay, this landscape reflects buildings that were built in the 1870s by Scottish stonemasons. Ken told CTV Ottawa, it's always important for me and my council to keep our downtown vibrant and shops open and traffic flowing. Part of that is our heritage landscape that we want to nurture and love and preserve. In 2012, the town created what's known as the Downtown Heritage Conservation District. With the conservation area came new bylaws, one of which states that businesses have to conform the certain, I don't know what that word is. It looks like palettes of colors, but it's got like multiple letters. We don't want to be, okay, read that part, being a borough fence state, keep downtown looking place, come keep the comfort, sure, well. The heritage bylaw was reviewed in 2014 to 2015, and there were no issues at that time, but Fenwick says the council will review it again in another year or so. We invite people to come downtown, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if this is a real law because it's not telling me why. Like that's for the heritage thing, for like a heritage building. But
Yeah. Just go under crazy laws for your area or whatever, but let's see.
I got an idea.
I know, Shardy, hang on to your bootstraps. You're getting ready to get hit with that hurricane. I seen that coming through.
Illegal.
Put on your rubber duckies and your floaties around your ankles. That's where they belong.
Door. Why is it illegal to have a purple door? Colors, doors, regular city bylaw. Holy fudgicle. It's a $200 fine.
So it is a real law.
Yeah.
That color must have really offended somebody at some time.
If you paint your existing door purple, you will get fined. ... It is against the law to grow your grass blades higher than 1.5 inches. What the fuck?
I'm telling you.
Would they install stone sitting at a table and like, what can we do to really confuse the people?
It was a way for them to get that money to start circulating through that court. They can't get it with taxes, they'll get it through other ways. That's just my opinion.
Wow. If you have a purple garage door, it's a $100 fine.
Geez, I wonder what he's doing tomorrow. He's going to be painting his door purple. He's going to test this law.
Fuck yeah. I'll paint the garage door purple, the front door, the back door, the upstairs porch door. I'll paint them all purple.
That'd be funny if they nailed your ass. Be like, God damn it, go get those Americans. They told me to do it.
It's not my fault, I swear. Why is it illegal to have a purple... There we go. Okay. Why is it illegal to have a purple garage doors? Oh, that's stupid.
Your microphone and not me.
Oh, this is just somebody that posted a question. I have a music titled Purple Rain in DVD and can't be bothered with Ontario Purple. Someone doesn't like purple. Next year it'll be Periwinkle. Because it is. That's not a good response. To take away the one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eaters. What? To keep
Northern Corrections. It's illegal to get hit by a hurricane. All right.
Oh my God! This person, this person replied to that question because it's Canadian Crip territory. The green garage doors and purple garage doors are suitable for Canadian Bloods.
Well, they're gonna throw in the gang card.
Holy fuck! What the hell?
Maybe.
No doors can be purple.
What gang colors would be purple? I mean, would that be like Barney?
A lot of Mexican gangs wear purple bandanas. I don't know if that means anything.
Do they?
8 really old
I
law.
gotta get up at 3:30. Shardy, come up here and talk to Tank. I've already assumed the position. I'm going night-night.
Is it illegal to pee in public? Is throwing snowballs illegal? Dumbest laws in Canada. It is illegal to show public affection on a Sunday. What?
Did you say puppet?
No, it's illegal to show public affection on a Sunday.
See? No, but you can beat the bitch, can't you?
Oh my God. What the hell? Ass backwards Sunday. Oh, Canada, here are 20 weird Canadian laws.
They're interesting, though, aren't they?
They are. Number 1, in Souris, PEI, building a snowman more than 30 inches on a corner lot will land you in hot water. Sweaty boo-boo, too freaking bad. In Canada, it's actually illegal to remove a Band-Aid in public, and honestly, that's something that we can get behind. Rub a dub 3.5 inches in your tub. If you live in Etobicoke, Toronto, any more than that, and it could land you in the clinker. 3.5 inches in your tub. Like water?
I think so.
Who the fuck's regulating that? Live in St. John's, Newfoundland. The law states that it's illegal to drive your cows around after 8 a.m. What? You also can't have them as house guests. That says cows. Why would you have a cow as a house guest? And why would you drive it around?
Northern Corruption said
Shit.
East Side Barneys.
It was
You
actually
love
illegal
me.
until
I love
2017 to challenge someone to a duel or to accept an invitation to a duel anywhere in Canada.
I think you should.
That's impossible.
I think you should. You should test some of these laws.
We have a town that's close by me that has something called Last Duel Park. I mean, it was a big thing. People dueled each other all the time in small towns like this, like the ones that are around here, like my town, the town over, the next town, the next town.
Hmm.
Feeling tune-say? Keep it to your feeling tune-see? Tune-see? I think it means music.
The
Keep
Crypto Greens against the East Side Barneys.
Keep it to yourself between the hours of 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. in Potorola, Ontario. Petrola. Whistling in public is the evenings in the evenings will get you arrested. What the fuck? You better believe it not better butter. It's not butter in Ontario. That's what that says. Butter in Ontario. Until 1995, it was illegal for companies to make yellow margarine. What? Until 2018, it was a punishable offense in Canada to pretend that you were a witch. What the hell? In Fort Quaplu, something, Saskatchewan, walking down the street with your shoelaces undone could get you into some serious trouble, but only if you're in your teens for some reason. Okay. We encourage you to do your errands on Sundays, but we advise you to leave your dead horse at home. In Toronto, it's illegal to drag your dead horse down the street on the last day of the week. Just wait until
What
Monday.
the heck?
Live in
That's
Alberta,
funny.
don't you dare paint a wooden ladder. It's illegal to paint a wooden ladder?
Yes.
Ever freeze a pop? Ever freeze and pop the middle of a toonie? Write a phone number on a $5 bill. Keep it to yourself. Tampering with Canadian change is against the law. Isn't that weird? I mean, I knew about that because they classify it as defacing of federal funding or federal money, Canadian money, right? But if you work for it and you got the money, wouldn't it then be your money? I don't know.
Okay,
Hollywood's
Tank.
a fine. In Victoria, BC, apparently having a mouthy parrot isn't allowed. What the fuck?
Tank.
Yes,
I gotta go.
you gotta go.
I gotta get up at 3:30.
Oh, snap.
I know it. Good night, everybody. I'll talk to you later, okay?
All right, Blue. Thanks for coming up. I appreciate it.
All right. Bye.
Bye. We can't help but feel for the taxi drivers of Halifax. Wearing shorts or a t-shirt while on the job, there's a law against that too. If for any reason you find yourself in the same room as the Queen without heavy security and want to say hello, approach her head on. Taking her by surprise in any province is illegal. What the hell? Johnny has 4 rats. He goes to the store and gets 1 more. How many rats does he have? 5. Wait, no, hold on. Let me reread that. Johnny has 4 rats, goes and gets 1 more. There's 5. How many does he have? None, because Johnny is in prison for breaking the law. 4 is the magic number when it comes to rodents ownership in Vancouver, BC. Uh, Do-it-yourselfers. A word from the wise. Don't paint your garage door purple in Canada, Ontario. Doing this could land you in courts. Okay, but you're not saying why it's illegal. Pipe along are not at all or not at all in Victoria, BC. It's illegal for a bagpiper to play at the same time as another street performer. Okay. It's a bear, it's a moose, it's a Sasquatch, perhaps. One of the Canada one of Canada's weirdest laws state that if you see the big guy in all of his hairiness in BC, don't shoot, just run and hide. Killing the gentle giant could get you arrested. Finally, anyone caught in Bancroft, Ontario, taking a skinny dip will be arrested. We know you only live once, but enjoying the tide all up in your bits is illegal. For that, we are sorry. What the hell? Weird ass laws. Oh, Canada? No, I just read that. Five of the weirdest laws. No. 50 ridiculous things you could get arrested for in Canada. One, bullying otters. There's an entire section in the criminal code on the human treatment of otters. Or no, oysters. The top one says otters, but the bottom one says oysters. Number two, smelling bad. Offending a place with a bad smell is illegal, whether it be via poor hygiene or carrying smelly foods. Writing on money, that's what's called defacement. Defacement of coinage or bills is prohibited. Drawing crime comics, depositions of crimes in comic strips are not allowed, especially if the setting involves a Canadian national park. Weird. Putting on a dirty play. Immoral theatrical performances are illegal to be put on. This includes subject matter that is overly crude or sensitive. If ever you had a chance to scare the Queen, don't. Oh, shit. Pretending to be Harry Potter. You can't fraudulently practice witchcraft and sorcery. Removing a bandage in public. Paying with too much change. Using false name on a telegram. That would be a letter, I think. killing a Sasquatch, leaving your car unlocked in public places, exercising in a way that scares a horse, without permission. Wait, what? Exercising in a way that scares a horse without permission. Who in the hell is exercising near horses? Owning more than 4 pet rats at a time. Having a parrot that talks too loud. Uh, Giving kids balloon animals on the street. Grooming your hair while driving. Feeding babies while driving. Painting a wooden ladder. Setting fire to a wooden leg. Okay. Buying non-prescription contact lenses. Loitering outside between 12 and 6 a.m. If you're 15 years old, what the hell? Driving a forklift over 40 kilometers an hour. Jesus. Riding a sleigh on the highway without 2 bells on your horse's harness. Dragging a dead, yeah, what the hell? Letting go of more than 10 helium balloons. In Toronto, you can't do this within 24 hours. Having more than 3.5 inches of water in your bathtub. Skinny dipping. Having purple. Okay, this law applies to Canadian. Oh, well, purple as garage door color would be obnoxious anyway. Why is it illegal? Letting your grass grow too tall. Climbing a tree. Shit, I should have been in jail a long time ago. I used to climb trees all the time as a kid. Eating ice cream along Bank Street in Ottawa. Whistling. Mounting a siren on a bicycle. Having an internet connection faster than 56K. Playing a musical instrument in public without permit. Impersonating a foreigner. Fixing up your car on the street. Turning right on a red light. Swearing in French. Having more than 2 colors of paint on your house. What the fuck? Walking downtown with your shoes untied. Living inside a streetcar. Carrying a snake or pet reptile in public. Keeping cows in your house. That makes sense. Selling artificial colored chicks. Okay. Wearing a t-shirt if you're a taxi driver. Unhinging someone's front gate. building a snowman taller than 30 inches, annoying someone at their home, place, or business or meeting place. This entails anyone, or yeah, entails anyone from ringing the doorbell or knocking on the door with the intent to disturb. Well, how the hell do you know their intent? There's some weird ass laws. List of zombie laws? Spreading false news, fraudulently pretending to practice witchcraft, water skiing at night, vagrancy, procuring miscarriage, abortion, procuring miscarriage or abortion, crime comics, issuing trading stamps. What the hell? Criminal justice has been calling for just a minute. Okay. Alright, spreading trading stamps. Murder case implications. At the time, she said 69 Canadians had been charged under the outdated law between 2014 and 2015, even though several appeal courts had deemed it unconstitutional. Murder case implications. The zombie law issue also came under the spotlight last fall with a high-profile murder case involving the killing of two Alberta seniors. The use of an outdated section of the criminal code in Travis Vader's original conviction nearly derailed legal proceedings after the defense filed an appeal. Section 230 of the code allows for a murder verdict if a wrongful death occurs during the commission of another crime, such as robbery. This section was found unconstitutional in 1990 by the Supreme Court of Canada, but remained on the books and was incorrectly cited by the judge in his ruling. Vader was later found guilty of 2 counts of manslaughter and sentenced to life in prison for killing Lyle and Mary McCann. Federal Justice Minister? That is so weird. Experts urge liberals to update embarrassing bad criminal code. Liberals to revamp discriminatory age law for anal intercourse. What the fuck? I don't think I read that right. Liberals to revamp discriminatory age law for anal intercourse. What the hell? Dire situation. Senators seek guidance for top court ruling on trial deadline. Lawyers urge government to hire judges to fix unacceptable delays in criminal justice system. I really want to read that one because I've never heard of that. Liberals to revamp discriminatory age law for anal intercourse. Changes come as Justin Trudeau appoints new advisor to advance equality agenda. Justice Minister Jody Wilson-Raybould. Rebound? Is that an L or an I? Raybould? Right introduced legislation Tuesday to repeal the section of the criminal code that makes it illegal for someone under the age of 18 to have anal sex. Why is fucking stupid? Okay, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau also named MP Randy Boissonnaute left as his special advisor on LGBTQ2, a bunch of other letters, issues. A drain-wide Canadian press. The Liberal government is repealing what is called a discriminatory law that makes it illegal to have anal sex under the age of 18 unless it is between a husband and wife. Right now, the age of consent for sexual activity is 16. What the fuck? But the criminal code prohibits anal intercourse for people under the age of 18 unless they are husband and wife. A discrepancy many have denounced as unconstitutional. Justice Minister Jody Wilson-Raybould announced the change today, saying the outdated law violates equality rights. This section of the criminal code is discriminatory, and the LGBTQ2, whatever the hell, community has rightfully called for its repeal. She said, "Our society has evolved over the last few decades, and our criminal justice system needs to evolve as well. This legislation will help ensure that the system is keeping pace with social changes and continuing to meet expectations of Canadians. So the change is substantive and not just symbolic. In 2014 and 2015, there were 69 charges led under the law, through none led to convictions, the minister said. Appellate? Whatever. Courts across the country have deemed the law unconstitutional. The bill C32, uh, retroactive to 1983, but Wilson Raybould said the law does not mean automatic pardons that fall under the jurisdiction of the Public Safety Minister, Ralph Goodale, who is studying the issue. She said diversity and inclusion. The proposed amendment would ensure in law that all forms of consensual sexual activity are treated the same. What? The proposed amendment would ensure in law that all forms of consensual sexual activity are treated the same, she said. There's something weird with that. Diversity and inclusion have long been among the values of Canadians. Embrace Canadians, expect their laws and their government to reflect these values. Miss Enright, press secretary to interim, Conservative leader Rona Ambrose, said she backs the change. Ambrose personally supports Bill C-32, which will codify well-established what the hell? The age of consent, also known as age of protection, refers to the age at which a young person can legally consent to sexual activity. All sexual activity without consent, regardless of age, is a criminal offense. As the law stands now, anyone who engages in anal intercourse is guilty of an indictable offense and could be imprisoned for up to 10 years. What the fuck? The expectations are private consensual relations between husband and wife and any two partners when both partners are 18 years or older. Age of consent laws apply to all forms of sexual activity ranging from kissing, touching, sexual intercourse. William Raybould was joined by Edmonton Century MP Randy, whatever the hell that word is, who has been appointed as Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's new special advisor for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender questioning and two-spirited. So fuck is going on here? Edmonton Center something. Fuck, I don't even know what that word is. Will report directly to Trudeau and work with various organizations to promote equality, protect rights, and end discrimination. That guy will be responsible for assessing the range of issues, including planning an apology to the LGBTQ2 community for past government discriminations, equal treatment, respect. The actions being announced today are part of the Government of Canada overall efforts to ensure that all Canadian citizens are treated equally. Holy shit. And with respect, said releases from the Prime Minister's office. He said he will be consulting broadly with organizations and the LGBT community to address pardons and to ensure all various issues are properly addressed in the promised apology. We will take the time to make sure we get this right, he said. In June, Trudeau raised a rainbow-colored pride flag on the Parliament Hill for the first time in Canada's history, in reconciliation of the people who have fought a long time to secure equal rights for LGBT Canadians. A class action lawsuit was filed earlier this month by former public servants and members of the military who lost their jobs because of their sexual orientation. And that's all she wrote. Fucking weird. God, that's a weird ass law. Dire situations. Senators seek guidance for top court ruling on trial deadlines. The Senate Legal and Commissional. I can't see that word. Constitutional Affairs Community wants Canada's top court to clarify the controversial ruling that set deadlines for trials for accused criminals. At least 2 murder cases have already been thrown out. Wow, what the fuck? As a result, to the Supreme Court of Canada's R.V. Jordan decision, and the number of requests for stays of proceedings has spiked across the country. Mass confusion could lead to miscarriage of justice and erosion of public trust in the criminal justice system. Committee members warned. The R.V. Jordan ruling imposes a deadline of 18 months for provincial court cases or 30 months in a superior court to uphold an accused person's charter right to a trial without unnecessary delays. But the Senate committee, which has been carrying out a sweeping study on delays in Canada's closed criminal justice system, says there must be a transition period so that cases already before the court aren't thrown out at masses. Hey, Mommy Ameni. How are you? There is a need to determine. I missed a spot. This could lead to a very. No, I already read that. There's a need to determine the implications of the transition period, and that's what I think the Attorney General could seek from the court, some guidance that would help protect the integrity of the criminal justice system. Weird. Well, that's good. Anything new and exciting? Did you know that in Canada it's illegal to have anal sex if you're not married? But they're pushing to have it abolished or whatever, or removed. Tons is new. Anything exciting? A lot of exciting stuff. Well, exciting stuff is good. Holy shit, that posted twice. Why did that post twice? I guess I didn't have to put the thing in there. It was already going to post it. In South Carolina, only missionary is legal. What the hell? I was reading these bizarre laws. You can't drag a dead horse down the street on Sunday, or they're all blended together. You can't have purple doors. Um, can't take a Band-Aid off in public. Um, there's another one that was absurd, and I can't remember what it was. There's a bunch of them that were just absolutely bizarre. Oh, you can't have a cow living inside your house. I'm not sure why you'd want to have a cow living inside your house, but hey, some people, I guess. In North Carolina, it's illegal to plow your field with an elephant. Who in the hell? Why? I don't know. Who plows their field with elephants? But in North Carolina, it's legal to own a big cat, like a cougar, or what the hell is it called? Not panther, or cougar, panther. Hmm. Yes, cougar, leopard, lion, etc. Well, I associate a different meaning with cougar. What about a MILF? Too much. That's funny. At least I thought it was funny. Might not have been funny though. That's not a big cat tank. You get the right cougar, you can make her purr like a big cat. That's all I'm saying. Or the right MILF anyway. That's that word association. I hear the word cougar and I think of an old attractive broad. That's more like a loose cat. uh, get some spray foam. It'll be all right. Just line the edges a little bit. Customize it out. Gotta get the stuff that expands though. So as soon as the oxygen hits it, it like swells up like a tampon hitting the water. Jeez. Well, that's funny. I don't care who you are. I thought it was funny anyway. Would you like to come up, Mummy and Minnie? I got the Nightbot to post the link, and then it posted it twice, which means that the timer thing went off as I sent the command for the link. So it posted it twice. Either that or it stuttered. It's more like a loose cat. You don't want your cougars senile. Cougars.
Do you get the light? Or do I have it? Never mind, I got it. Okay.
Would you agree?
Huh?
Would you agree?
I didn't hear that part.
Oh, I said you don't want your cougars senile.
Oh, I kind of agree with that one.
Depending on the MILF, if they've had a lot of kids, they're senile to begin with. So there's that. Holy cow, that tripped me out. You froze and then you pop back.
My bad.
That's what she said. Shit. You froze again. So you're going to pop back. Okay, no, there we go.
Yeah. What? What do you want?
What you want?
No, the dog thinks I'm going to bed, so he came in here to the bedroom.
Shit.
That's his night routine. If I go to bed or if he thinks I'm going to bed, he'll come back here to the bedroom to see what I'm doing. He won't come into the bedroom until I'm in here.
What kind of dog is it?
He's a pit bull.
Loyal. Super loyal.
Oh, yeah, he is. Spoiled ass rotten is what he is.
I had 3 of them at one time, a long time ago. I had a Staffordshire, blue nose, and a red nose. And the Staffordshire, she absolutely loved my aunt and her kids, and she wouldn't allow me anywhere near the kids or my aunt if I was moving too quick or anything like that.
Well, he's part brindle. You can see the brindle in his coat, but he looks like he may be either gaudy gray line or part blue also. But it was originally Hunter's sister's dog, and she couldn't take care of him anymore and asked us to keep him because somebody was supposed to come pick him up, or they never showed up to come pick him up, so he's been with us ever since.
Here's a good way that you can test and see if it's got blue in him. If you got like an ultraviolet light,
Yeah.
you shine it to an angle on his coat, you should see a purpley blue tinge to the fur.
Okay. I actually have a UV light, so
Not
I bought
your
one
eyes,
for
though,
when.
obviously.
Yeah, I bought one for when we went gym mining.
Gym mining?
Yes,
I don't know
we
what
have
that is.
we have rubies and sapphires and emeralds and garnets.
In gyms.
Yes, in gyms.
Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding the word gym.
GEM.
Oh, gem. I thought you said gym.
No, gym.
Okay.
Sorry, it's that southern talk, you know.
Well, dang. I'm a Sue Hustler magazine for giving my wrist carpal tunnel. Larry the Cable Guy said that. He said all these people suing tobacco companies for giving them cancer. He's like, well, dang, I'm gonna sue Hustler magazine for giving my wrist carpal tunnel.
That's actually a pretty funny joke.
It is. I like the boobla one too. Anybody got a computer? That's a piece of waste of garbage. I fostered a kid, boobla.
Well, that sounded loud.
What did?
I don't know. I just a big old thud.
This?
Yeah.
I just put the microphone is attached to this metal arm thing that moves, which is fastened to this little stand, and I put my lighter back down on it.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, and it's the studio mic, so it picks up just about everything.
Gotcha. That's why it sounded loud.
Yeah.
Is there anybody else in here besides me?
I don't think anymore. There's lurkers, though, because there's 4 people watching.
Ah. Must be them damn trolls.
Well, they're not doing a good job. I mean, if they don't speak, we don't know they're there.
I know, right?
I mean, at least say something funny. You
Oh, I was gonna say they could at least tell you, hey.
know? Go fuck yourself, anything. I don't know. I don't know. I think people just like to watch. Or I bored them to the point where they passed out and they're just in here involuntary. I haven't really been on much.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that.
I finally got back to work, and it's been fun.
Man, I'm telling you what. I wish my job was easy, but we had another person quit on us today. Another person got fired the other day. And 3 other people's done quit on me since I finally got to start back work. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 people had like quit or whatever, and 8 if you include the person that got fired.
I wasn't originally gonna go back to construction and whatnot, um, but for some, it's a family-owned business. My family owns the business,
Yeah,
um, and when they did that restriction for the Rona bullshit,
yeah,
everybody got their panties in a bunch and just didn't come into work. And there was a lot of jobs that were on the line, right? I mean, contracts and whatnot.
yeah.
So he called me and was like, "Hey, listen, do you want to come back part time, just until I can get someone else?" And he gave me the same original offer that he was offering me before, where I get my own, like, I go to my own job sites with 2 other people, and I don't know, we kind of worked it out that I'm there for longer,
Yeah.
um, just for the simple fact that the government's given it this, like, if you were working prior, they pay you to not go to work.
Dang.
So people took that instead of going to the job sites. So there's me and 2 other people on my crew, and then he's got 4 people on his crew, um, and we're pretty much the only ones that are holding the fort down for the business. So
Yeah.
getting shit caught back up.
Well, see, that's like our president Trump. He tweeted today that they're needed to put the talks of the stimulus on hold until after the election, and then they would pass this major stimulus, and then next thing you know, here goes the stock market where everything was positive, and then after he tweeted, the stock market just like dropped dramatically, like it was getting ready to crash. And then now he's done changed his tune, and he's like telling the one people that if they send him a standalone bill, he'll go ahead and sign it to send out the Americans $1,200. I'm sitting here thinking he's only doing that so that way people will root for him and be like, maybe he'll still pass one after the election and try to vote for him to go into office.
He originally tried to get that all figured out. He wanted funding for it, but Congress wouldn't. They wouldn't sign it. They wouldn't allow him to get the funding for it.
Yeah.
It was Pelosi that originally put a gag on it. She was like, "No, we're not doing that." And then she tried to do something else. She wanted funding. She's like, "We want to get funding for the stimulus thing." And then Trump was like, "That's what I've been trying to get you to do." But they wanted it to be their rules, right? Where it wouldn't it be basically pennies. And then
Well,
Tried to
see,
get
Pelosi, when they started all this shit, Pelosi wanted it to be more than what they wanted. Pelosi wanted $1,200 per person, whereas last time it was $1,200 for the adult and then $500 for each kid. She wanted it to be $1,200 per adult and per child, and they wouldn't do it that way, and they only wanted to give her so much. So then they come to an agreement, and she dropped down on her bill and passed a new one to where it was like over $1 trillion less than what she originally wanted, and they were still trying to figure out how it would all benefit and go into play and stuff like that. But I'm just sitting here thinking, like, look, whatever y'all got going on can go on, but if y'all could at least work on the smaller one for the stimulus checks, that might be helpful, because some people actually do need it. I've got many of people who I know that are out of work right now and stuff like that, and they're struggling to make ends meet, and it would be nice for them to have that extra money. Yeah, granted, I'm grateful that I'm not struggling like they are, because I was smart and paid my bills up ahead of time, and they need to realize there's many Americans out here that could really use that money.
they could have given the Americans that money a lot sooner. They've had the funding in another account, but the Democrats won't release that money uh, for whatever the hell reason why they don't want to release it. But they had the funding prior because Trump signed the executive order. Then they got the funding, but because it wasn't labeled, they were keeping the funding for, I don't know what the hell they were keeping it for actually, but they kept that funding. And then he tried to get more funding, and then they tried to weasel more funding when they already had the funding sitting in another bank account for the specific fact. Um, but they held because when he signed the order, he held funding in another bank account and tried to tell people that he didn't want to sign anything and he didn't want to do this and he didn't want to do that. But they had the funding, they just didn't release it.
Well, hell, that's like they still got funding left over from the first stimulus package that he signed.
Right.
I
Yeah.
mean, why not use that and issue it to people and stuff like that and try to help them out and then go from there?
Congress said, because the dude from Congress, he's a Republican. He went and did a news conference. He's like, the Democrats have the money for this to give to the American people, but because they hate this president so much, they're withholding that funding, trying to get him to give them more funding or trying to get them to work to get more funding or whatever the hell. But they had that money put aside. And this guy from the Congress, I can't remember his name. He's the same guy that spoke out when they were doing the impeachment shit and everything about the private meetings that they were having and the violations of the Congress order or whatever the hell they do. But he
I
went
don't
to
know.
a big news conference and said, "Hey, listen, we have the funding for this, but the Democrats are not releasing it. They're not allowing it to go through." Or allowing it to be signed off to the American people. The funding was already given and put aside for this, but they don't want to
Chief,
release it.
well, I look at it this way. He can do anything he actually really wants to by an executive order. He signed an executive order to extend unemployment benefits to $300 for like 3 weeks. And it was bullcrap that they had to get over $100 in unemployment per week to qualify. Because what about the waitresses and that who couldn't get that much, because it even stated that waitresses wouldn't benefit from it and stuff like that. A lot of waitresses live solely based off of their tips, and now it went from them hoping that they could get that extra unemployment to knowing that they weren't even going to get it because you had to have over $100 a week. If he was going to do it that way, he should have just extended it for everybody, because they needed it just as much as the other people did. and the other people was making more and drawing more each week than they were.
The only thing that I can think of would possibly confuse that whole situation is that when he signed the order for them to get that funding, he didn't think that they were going to hold it. He thought that they were, because they asked for the funding.
Yeah.
But when they asked for the funding and he signed it and they got the funding, they held the funding. They just held
Go ahead.
That's all I was saying is they held that funding.
Do you know there was actually one state in the whole United States that denied, and they got denied the extra 300 because I don't know what happened, but there's one whole state that never got any of that 300, and that would be South Dakota.
South Dakota. Who is the leader of that area?
I'm not sure who the leader of that area is, but I know that's the only state in the United States that got denied the extra 300 though.
Is that the same state that was had a little bit of a controversy where they kept getting government funds that was supposed to be to help build that area up, but instead of spending it on that, they were giving themselves raises while cutting funding for the little guy?
Not 100% sure on that, but I do know that they got a lot of controversy because the senator or whoever it was for that state, they changed the state slogan to "Meth, we're on it."
Meth, we're on it.
Yes, that is their new state slogan.
They're on the crystal.
Yeah, that's that state slogan.
I think what it's supposed to mean is that they're on the problem of fixing the drug problem. I think that's what they're trying to say.
Yeah.
But it sounds like they're coming out and saying we're all on meth.
Dude, there's a video, and it's been out on public, so you can actually show it on your channel. But look up the South Dakota state slogan video. And in that video, there's little kids and everything in it. And they're always talking about, they're all sitting there saying meth, we're on it. It's a horrible video.
New slogan. Meth, we're on it. South Dakota.
Yeah.
There's a few of them. Okay, yeah, I know what you're hold on. Fuck off. There we go. Boom. 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 Which tab is it? This one. All right, here we go.
An anti-drug campaign from South Dakota drawing a lot of attention. Listen.
I'm on meth.
So am I.
Meth is not someone else's problem. It's everyone in South Dakota's problem, and we need everyone to get on.
I'm on meth.
He's on meth.
Nearly $1.4 million campaign is targeting the state's methamphetamine problem. The South Dakota Department of Social Services says the number of 12 to 17-year-olds in the state reported using meth in the last year is double the national average. The governor of South Dakota is also defending the campaign, saying backlash from it is helping bring awareness to the issue. Katie.
They said 12 to 17-year-olds. Oh my God.
What the hell? Why did that? Oh, there we go. 12 to 17-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
I was reading a Canadian thing here stating that it was illegal to have anal sex if you weren't married. And it's like, but the legal age of consent is 16 or 15 or 16. But that still applies, which means that you could be like an 80-year-old man and fuck a 15, 16-year-old kid.
Mm.
I don't get that. And then there was another part of it. There was a subsection where it's like any and all consensual sex is legal. But the legal consenting age is either 15 or 16. I mean, the mind isn't fully developed until well after 18. You'd think that the legal consenting age would be 18 at bare minimum. I mean, you got to be 19 to buy cigarettes and alcohol.
You got to be 21 in the U.S.
That's
But
insane.
see, here's what I don't think, or what I don't get. When every other state in the United States was 18 to buy cigarettes and 21 to buy alcohol, the legal age in my home state is Alabama to buy cigarettes 18. So I'm wondering, now that the legal age is 21, it bumped it up to 22.
They were going to do that. They were going to do that here for cigarettes and alcohol, where they were going to bump it up to 21, but then they didn't. They kept it at 19, and in Quebec it's 18. But what they wanted to do was have it so that you had to be 21 to buy cigarettes and alcohol, but you could be 18 to buy weed.
Wow.
That's what the original proposal was. And then somebody had the bright idea to be like, listen, if it's not broke, let's not fix it. Because basically what you're doing is just saying, yeah, buy weed, but don't buy cigarettes or alcohol.
Yeah, right.
I mean, weed is obviously better than alcohol. Alcohol makes you stupid. Like it makes you go off impulse. So, I mean, I haven't heard of anybody kill anybody on weed, but fuck, there's been people killing people on alcohol. You know what I mean? Cigarettes, I don't think that, I mean, the most it could do is cause like cancer or whatever the hell else. Then there's secondhand smoke. So, I mean, I can see certain things with cigarettes, and with alcohol, but not with weed. It doesn't, so they tried to confuse it around and manipulate the outcome of it. But then someone was like, no, let's just leave it the way it is. So you got to be 19 to buy either one. Now, I'm not 110% on the weed part of it. I grow my own if I want. So
Yeah.
I don't really rely on the government. I don't really like government weed. It's all genetically modified.
Well, see, that's like in my state, they made it illegal to where now if you smoke with your kid in the car, you can go to jail.
They have that here too. When they did so you used to be able to smoke in bars, okay?
Yeah.
And then they took you can't smoke in any public establishment. It was originally started where you couldn't smoke in government buildings because you used to be able to smoke in prisons and jails. So provincial was the first to go. Provincial holding facilities, they said you're not allowed to smoke in here. Government buildings, you're not allowed to smoke in here. Then they went with federal institutions and said you're not allowed to smoke in here. Then they amped it up and was like you're not allowed to smoke in privately owned businesses like restaurants or anything like that. But then they fought it and they got it so there's a smoking section. Then they reformed it and was like, nope, you're not allowed to smoke in these places. Then they they said that if you have a child in your vehicle under the age of 16, you can be fined up to like $2,500 for smoking inside your vehicle with the child under the age of 16.
The In our state, years ago, they got rid of where you could no longer smoke in a restaurant. And because they always used to have the smoking and the non-smoking section, so every restaurant became smoking free, and you couldn't smoke on like hospital properties or anything like that. And then North Carolina got to the point of where if you had a child in your car and you were smoking, you had to roll your window down. You couldn't smoke with the windows up. But now it's if you smoke in your car with a child in your car, you can get in trouble for it. But my home state of Alabama, a few years back when my daddy was in the hospital because he was trying to save this lady who was getting beaten, she was a pregnant lady, and her boyfriend or whoever he was tried to attack her with a baseball bat. My daddy stepped in. My dad with the baseball bat, and he had to have surgery to go check on my daddy. I'd be dang if in my home state where I'm from, in my city, the hospital there actually has a smoking section. And here it is, my daddy's coming down with his little IV and everything else and stuff to go outside to go. And I'm looking at him, I was like, "Are you supposed to?" He's like, "Yeah." He said, "This is smoking section." I was like, "Aren't all hospitals in the United States smoking free?" And the next thing I know, out comes this doctor who lit up a cigarette. I was like, "Well, damn." I was like, "This is the only state I've ever seen that had a hospital you could smoke at."
Crazy. I think that there's some laws that are absurd and some make sense. But I think that there's a lot like everybody was so excited when they legalized weed, right? When they legalized marijuana in Canada, everybody was so happy. They were like, "Oh, rock on!" Then they're like, "You can grow up to 4 plants inside your household," and everybody was excited. But I don't think that people really took the ramifications of it seriously because yes, they said, "Hey, listen, we're going to legalize marijuana," but the laws that they put in to counteract certain things were much more worse than it's the essentialness of me saying, "I'm going to give you $1,000, but I'm going to take everything inside your home."
Yeah.
So you're like, "Oh, I'm going to get gifted $1,000, but in the fine print, I get everything inside your home." Well, it's the same general concept because they were like, "Listen, we're going to legalize marijuana, but the what is it, the impaired driving aspect of it, those laws got so strict, which when they said that they're going to stricten those laws or they're going to clamp down on them, people didn't take into consideration what the fine print said, which means that they can stop and breathalyze you, no matter if you're doing nothing wrong or not. That if they have suspicion that you are under the influence and they follow you home, they can literally follow you home and inside your home legally, which means that they've now just breached your residence under the color of their law without any ramifications on their part, but you getting shit.
Wait a minute. Why would they breathalyze you if you're high on weed?
Intoxicated drivers are the
Yeah, but how would it read on a breathalyzer? I thought that was for like just alcohol.
it's a saliva test, I think. And when you blow,
Ooh.
the saliva touches it. I'm not sure actually. Give me a second. I'll tell you the exact name of it. Canada's
I was just asking because I ain't never heard that in the United States. Just the breathalyzer for alcohol.
driving L high on weed. Okay, driving while high on weed. The laws in Canada. Please note, blog originated at a stroke of midnight, October 17th, 2008. The marijuana becomes legal across Canada under the Canadian Cannabis Act. Many Canadians take pride in the legalization of cannabis. It is a historical event that creates waves across the globe. Practice, despite pot being legalized for over a year, many Canadians are still wondering about the boundaries and related legality of weed consumption. A common query many Canadians have is, what are the DUI laws? What is a DUI? It is safe to drive while high. Dude, that's not right. How does cannabis impair your driving? No, those are questions. Is it safe to? These are all questions. What's the difference between driving while high versus drunk? It's well worse than drunk. Okay. Whoa, what's that? Is it illegal to operate a motor vehicle while high on cannabis? Is a criminal offense. Driving laws have been in place for a long time. Charges following between 2 and 5 nanograms of THC per milliliter of blood within 2 hours of driving results in a $1,000 fine. Over 5 nanograms of THC per milliliter of blood within 2 hours of driving could be a summary or indictable offense and punishable with ranges from a $1,000 fine to the maximum of 10 years in jail for repeat offenders. Both alcohol and THC in your system would be a hybrid offense, indictable for summary, and would also be punishable by a $1,000 fine and a maximum of 10 years in jail for repeat offenders. How does the marijuana DUI test work? With legalization, new methods of drug detection are being tested and approved since the bill has set out the limit of THC you can legally have in your blood while driving. The Draeger Drug Test 5000 lets officers test a driver's saliva for THC at the roadside. This device is being used by police in Ottawa, while other regions are awaiting for different devices to be approved. But generally, if the police officer has reasonable suspicion that the driver is under the influence, they can demand that the driver complete a standardized field sobriety test. The police may then bring in a drug recognition expert or a blood sample for testing, which means that they can take your blood without your consent. And if they'll literally physically take your blood if need be, which under certain other laws that they fall, or not laws, rights that we have, normally they would need a warrant for that. They would need something other. You would have to have committed a violent offense for them to take your DNA, and it has to go through two different. It has to go through the justice of the peace, has to go through a judge, and be signed off by the Crown Attorney for request for them, in order for them to take your genetic material, which is your DNA, your blood. But with this, if they feel that you're under the influence, they can just order Life Labs to come in and take your blood. And if you refuse, then they'll physically take it if need be. but generally, if the police officer, okay, no, I already read that. Sample for testing. If it is important to note that if you fail a test for driving while high, the first test can be used as evidence in a criminal trial and cannot be used to lay wait, what? It is important to note that if you fail a test for driving while high, the first test cannot be used as evidence in a criminal trial and cannot be used to lay charges. Only the second test has this power. If you test positive for cannabis or other drugs on the second test, you are subjected to the federal laws mentioned above. So they have to test you twice?
I guess so.
So what the hell is the initial test for? That doesn't make any sense.
I guess to kind of give you a warning.
Police testing on drivers for alcohol consumption is very similar to cannabis consumption. A road test is always performed first, but cannot be used as okay, I get it. Cannot be used as evidence or to lay charges. So roadside. Oh my God, I didn't know that. A sobriety test cannot be an admission of guilt. They can't lay charges on the sobriety test. If the driver fails the first test, they can demand a second test, which can be used as evidence to lay charges.
Gotcha.
But what about medical marijuana? The same rules apply to medical cannabis. Of course, you can use medical marijuana to treat conditions or illnesses, but there are no allowances or permissions for driving. You should not drive during the immediately after the use of cannabis. What about edibles? What about edibles? Jesus. It's the same damn thing. Whether edibles rules apply. Can you drive on CBD? Cannabidiol, whatever the fuck. CBD is another component of cannabis. Unlike the THC, CBD doesn't give you a high. It maintains, or its main uses are to impart a feeling of calm or relaxation. CBD is exploding in the popularity of people looking for natural treatments for anxiety, although its properties are still being explored and tested. If you're tested for driving while high after consuming CBD products, don't worry. The test is for the percentage of THC, and quality products and oils shouldn't trigger a positive test result. Driving while high statistics, accidents, and deaths. Okay. Higher than 5%.
You know that some CBD actually does have THC, though.
If it's not made properly, right? Like if it's not extracted properly. There's commonly there's two parts to marijuana: CBD content and THC content. The CBD is the medicinal part. The THC is a separate genetic property of it. One makes you really, really stoned, and the other one helps you with medical problems that you may have.
Well, see, we have a CBD dispensary in our town that is owned by a former police officer, and they actually have like a label where it's like less than however much is like points, certain percentage of THC.
Is it the
Most of
drops?
it, most of it's less than like 0.2 or 0.5% THC.
Because you can commonly when you're to order CBD oils, it's only CBD. But if you're ordering a specific medicinal property that's made specifically for whatever you're trying to help with, um, sometimes they find the correct mixture of THC and CBD to help help with that problem that they're working on for you.
But
But
yeah, I just know that some of it does have it in it. And the only reason I know that is because of the CBD dispensary up here in our town. But it's not enough that it would show up on drug test either.
they're you ever heard of the strange Charlotte's Web?
I've heard of the book and the movie.
So there's a strain, and it's for children. It's called
Hmm.
Charlotte's Web, and the reason why it's called Charlotte's Web is because there's a little girl named Charlotte,
Hmm.
um, and she took violent seizures. Like she would have thousands of seizures a day, and the only thing that would help her was this cannabis oil of a specific strain that was customly made for her. But the only places that she could get it was over state lines,
Yeah.
and she would have to go and buy it in bulk and come across. Well, the mother wound up getting arrested and charged for drug trafficking and possession of over whatever, and which caused legislation to be pushed uh, to help the woman because they seized all of her child's medicine. And
Yeah.
she had specialist doctors, neuro, neuro something,
Neurologist.
that them people. All of the specialists were saying, "Hey, listen, this child needs this. She takes violent, painful seizures, um, and she needs this in order to live a normal life." And they seized it. Well, they wound up getting legislation passed for that, for the Medicinal Cannabis Act or whatever the hell they passed through it, and
Yeah.
they wound up patenting, patenting, whatever the hell, however you say that word, that
Platinum.
strain, and it was called Charlotte's Web, and that's what they called it, and they named it after the little girl that they made the strain for, um, Charlotte. And they did tests where, because they didn't believe that it was helping, right? And skeptics of cannabis treatments, they were like, "Oh no, it doesn't help. It doesn't help." Well, they wound up doing a test where she took over 1,000 seizures in a daily rate. The little girl did, and then on this specific cannabis oil called Charlotte's Web, she took maybe one seizure throughout the whole day, and
Dang.
she was happy. She was able to act like a kid and play in the sandbox and do her thing. Um, and that was a big turning point for cannabis and whatnot. And I don't know the properties of Charlotte's Web, but if you ever know of anybody that takes seizures, Charlotte's Web is what the strain's called. If you get that stuff, it apparently is designed strictly for seizures, mostly in children, but it can work for adults.
Well, see, like my oldest son, he suffers from seizures, but each state in the United States is different. Like North Carolina, you can't have medical or recreational marijuana. The only thing that's legal in North Carolina is CBD, but um in other states like in California and stuff, they have medical marijuana where people get their card for it from their doctors. And from my understanding, they have like vending machines that you can go up with your card and get you like marijuana, medical marijuana out of a vending machine.
That's crazy. Before they legalized it, I had my medicinal card for it. I was prescribed 3.5 grams a day, which allowed me to have 14 plants at all times. I can have a pound in my truck, 2 pounds in my safe, and up to 3 ounces on my person, and the 14 plants at all times.
Yeah.
So I kept a mother plant for my clones, and then I had the strains that I like, the one strain that I really enjoyed, and I would grow it, and then every time I would chop off and I would create a new mother from another clone, and then put that mother into bloom, and I kept going that way. But as soon as they legalized it, it screwed everybody that had medicinal scripts for it, because I can no longer have 14 plants. I have to abide by the legal legislation that's put forward with the Cannabis Act, where you can only have 4 plants. So essentially, they cut me down by 10 plants, and they took away the grow license, right? It's because you're legally allowed to grow up to 4 plants. So when they took away that grow license, it screwed a lot of people, because if there's someone out there that's prescribed 4 or 5 grams a day, or 3.5, whatever, and they're allowed to have a certain amount of plants, and then they get cut down to the 4 plants, and let's say they don't know how to grow. Like, I can make the best out of 1 plant. I can get almost 2 pounds off of 1 plant if I need to, and I don't waste nothing. I make oils, hashes, everything. It all gets used. But if you have someone that doesn't do that, and they perhaps don't know how to grow as good as the average person, then essentially they're only going to get ounces off of it, which means that 4 plants, if they do it on a 4 or 5 month cycle, then that's like, let's say at bare minimum, 2, 4, let's say 6 or 7, maybe 8 ounces to do that whole amount of time, and that's if they do it to a degree where they can maximize their yield. But if they don't, and they don't know how to completely do it, then they could probably only get a couple ounces throughout the whole thing.
Okay, now I have like a serious dumb question, but I don't have nothing to do with any of this, so I don't know how any of this works. You said you get like 2 pounds out of yours, but they could get up to like, a certain amount of ounces out of theirs if they don't know how to grow it properly. Can you not let it like grow like to be this one big huge plant?
You could, but that, I mean, okay, so if you, in order to get the maximum yield that your plant is gauged for, whatever you want it to push out throughout the genetics, there's a few factors. 1, your lighting. 2, your ventilation. 3, your medium, which is your soil, and natural supplements for it. Your strain, atmosphere, everything has to be, you have to have a carbon dioxide machine where it pushes carbon dioxide into your grow room, because cannabis thrive on, well, most plants thrive on carbon dioxide. They intake carbon dioxide and push out oxygen. But I don't think that weed pushes out oxygen. I think it just eats carbon dioxide. And you have to have that all on timing schedules and whatnot. So that there's a lot of key factors that factor into getting your maximum yield. But if someone's just using regular fluorescence or something, they're not going to get the same amount off it. But let's say you were to go into a big ass plant, just one big ass plant. So you're looking at 3 to 4 months of veg and 3 to 4 months of bloom, right? So you're looking at bare minimum 6 months to get a big indoor plant. If you don't have the proper lighting and whatnot, you're not going to get the same yield off of it.
That just sounds like it's too much of a damn job. I ain't gonna lie to you.
No, I mean it sounds like it because there's a lot of things that if you were to be explained the different things, it would seem like that's a lot of work. But once you actually do it, it's not that much work.
Dude, I killed a cactus. Does that tell you anything?
How the hell did you kill a cactus? Those things will live forever.
Exactly.
What the hell? How do you kill a cactus?
Well, it was mainly my cat's fault. And then I set it up on a shelf high enough where they couldn't get up to it. And then I guess the mama cat got up there and knocked it off. And now I can never find my cactus. It's floating somewhere around in the house, unless Hunter picked it up and didn't tell me and threw it away. Because I found soil in the floor, and then I looked up on the shelf and I seen my cactus wasn't there no more.
Poor cactus.
And it was blue and green.
Blue and green, so it had the flowers on it.
Well, it had like blue painted leaves where they had painted the leaves, but when it started growing, it showed the green on it like it's supposed to, but it still showed the blue from where it was originally painted.
That's nuts. I've experimented with food colorings with plants to make plants a different color.
I've never done that.
It works the same way as. Do you remember the old trick that you used to learn in school with the celery stick and food coloring and water?
No, I've never done that either.
Okay. Well, you could probably do it if you got a piece of celery and food coloring and a cup. Add the food coloring and water together. Cut the celery on both ends, and then take the celery and stick it in the water. And within a couple of days, the celery will suck up that water, and it will essentially turn the piece of celery that color.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, the only thing I've ever been good at growing is a pumpkin. I got a pumpkin whenever I was a little kid before Halloween. I wanted to carve it, so my papa let me carve it, and this was weeks before Halloween happened. Well, it decided to rot before Halloween, so my papa told me to throw it out behind his house. So I threw it out behind my papa's house. But lo and behold, that next year, guess what showed up there? A big old pumpkin patch.
What the hell?
And I mean, it was a ton of pumpkins. It wasn't just like one or two. It was like a bunch of pumpkins, like 30 or 40.
That's insane.
Yeah.
So it probably shocked the seeds into their growth.
Yep, but hey, we didn't have to buy pumpkins that next year.
It's a lot of pumpkin pie. Here's another good thing to remember when growing cannabis. A lot of people don't realize it, but you get more when you top and crop.
What's top of crop?
Top and crop, or low
Yeah,
stress.
what's top?
Okay, so topping is the plant will grow one top and then a bunch of sprouts off the side, right? So you cut that main top off, boom. So instead of one crown, you'll have two crowns. And then when that happens, you have those two crowns, then you top those ones, now you got four crowns. And then cropping is where you just pinch it a little bit and let the branch kind of just break to the point where it's not going to harm it, but it will create like a knuckle in that elbow, so that then all the energy focuses on that bottom node and lets the top node on the other side grow as a curl. There's low stress training as well, where you tie like a piece of ribbon to
Mm-hmm.
in like a bow around your stalk, and then you tie that down, and every so often you just bring it down a little bit more so it just spreads out all of the stalks so that you get proper airflow and lighting for the nodes in the bottom where your plant will bud more in the bottom area of the branch rather than the top area of the branch. Now, those in and of itself will give you at least a 30 or 40% more yield.
Oh, hey, do you know how to grow a palm tree?
No, we don't have palm trees.
Do you want to know how to grow a palm tree?
I'm curious. Yes,
Do y'all have pineapples in Canada?
we have pineapples. Yeah,
Okay,
we don't have
well, you
pineapple
take
trees, I don't think, though, but we have pineapples.
yeah, okay. Well, I'm gonna tell you how to grow a palm tree. I found out from someone else how to actually grow a palm tree, and it's from a pineapple. You take and you cut off about the say like 3 or 4 inches at the top of the pineapple, and you actually plant that into the ground, and that will grow your palm tree for you. It doesn't grow pineapples on it, but it will actually be a nice, pretty palm tree.
The most exotic plant wise that I grew that was fruit wise was an orange tree and a lemon tree, but they didn't really bloom. It
But
just
yep,
turned out to be like a citrusy smelling plant. It made my living room smell citrusy.
hmm,
That's
that
about it.
is how you do it. That's how you grow your palm tree. Interesting fact to know that's how palm trees are actually made, and like that's how people grow palm trees around is just by cutting off the top of a pineapple and planting it into the ground.
I never heard of that before. Now I want to try it. Where the hell would I get palm tree seeds?
No, I told you. Literally, you buy a pineapple, and you got your little green stalks on the top of it,
Okay.
and then from that is the part of the brown part is going to be your pineapple. You cut off about 3 or 4 inches at the top of the pineapple. That way, you still have pineapple to eat. Make sure you have your green stalks with it also. And you take and you just plant it into the ground, the little brown part, and the brown part grows and becomes your tree, and the green part becomes your palm leaves.
Wait, palm trees are pineapple trees?
It's made from pineapples. Yes, palm trees, it won't grow the actual pineapple fruit itself, but it will grow you a palm tree. That's how a palm tree is made.
I did not know
With
that.
the
I need to put a seed.
Yeah,
You're talking about putting a seed in it.
no. You don't need the seed or anything, and that's how you grow a palm tree. I learned that whenever I was like 17 years old and I was working at a grocery store. This guy who had retired, he picked up a part-time job there, and he was talking about him and his wife had palm trees and stuff, and I was like, I've always loved palm trees, and I told him, I said, but I never found a place around here that has them. And he told me, he said, that's because you have to basically grow them your own. And I said, how do you grow them your own? I said, I ain't ever seen nowhere that sells it. And then that's when he taught me how to make them and grow them. So I was like, that's
That's nuts.
interesting to know.
I'm trying to think of how the hell that would even work. It must be like the same thing as like an onion or a potato.
Like when the potatoes start to grow roots, yeah.
Yeah, the what the hell my grandmother used to call those eyes, or I don't know. My grandmother, she had technical term for them?
I don't know. But yeah, it's kind of interesting to figure out how things are done.
Yeah. There's what the hell is it called? Um, a place close by here that they got this weird greenhouse. I've always wanted to get in tight with them because it would be amazing for growing wheat in there. Temperature is just right. They got misters. It's like a whole grow up in there, but not for weed, for like regular plants and stuff. And
Yeah.
there was a lady that extracted banana seeds, and we don't have the climate to grow bananas, but inside this greenhouse, she grows bananas.
Hold
I
on. Where the hell did she? I didn't know bananas had seeds in them.
You, when you cut a banana, do you know the little black things in the middle?
I ain't never noticed them.
Okay, here's an easier way. At the butt of the banana, there is, when you peel it and
Yeah.
you got that weird root looking thing that comes off the bottom?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's a fact, but I'm pretty sure that's also a seed. A second ago,
I'll have to ask Google.
I think kiwi has the black seeds. Banana has that little root thing on the bottom.
I want to start growing grapevines, but I don't know if my climate would allow for that or not.
Grapevines?
Yeah. My kids love grapes.
I like vines. There's ivies. You know the ivy plants or whatever?
Oh no, I'm just talking about like grapes. Like, they're called grapevines, like grape vineyards.
Yeah, they grow grapes.
Yeah.
But what I was talking about is, have you ever heard, I said I liked vines, and then I said, have you ever heard of ivy plants?
Yeah, I've heard of ivy plants.
Okay, have you ever seen wild ivy plants?
Talking about like the poisonous ivy?
No, the wild ones. They grow these weird stalk things that go out. I think that they're supposed to be roots, but they're
I
not.
think I know what you're talking about. They're in like a lot of movies and stuff.
I don't know. They grip on everything. It's what people put on their lattice, and they wind them through. And as it grows, it just attaches on through these little teeny things, and it just grows around them. Well,
Yeah.
out at the hunting camp, we have wild ivy out there, and that shit is awesome. The leaves, they grow huge, bigger than a plate.
Mm.
Beat says Ontario rocks.
I thought it was supposed to be Cleveland rocks, beat after beat.
Ontario's good. We have a lot of heritage shit, though. The only thing good about heritage towns is that you don't have to, if you have like a private business that you run from home, you don't have to pay the business taxes on it. You don't have to register it.
Damn.
But if you like were to go commercial and have like a studio or rent a building for it, or a specific building off of your place of residence, then you have to get a taxation number, and they deduct money and take money from you for taxes and whatnot.
Damn.
But if it's a home private business, they don't, and it's only in heritage towns, I find. It's like they still honor, I don't know, old agreements,
Yeah.
which is a bonus, I think, for the small guys anyway. Beat's probably on like a 15-minute delay. When did I say Ontario? Beat, are you on a 15-minute delay? 15 minutes from now, he'll be like, nope.
All right, well, it's like 1:30 here. I got to go to work tomorrow. Well, today, whatever. So I'm going to hop off here and go to bed.
I got lucky. I'm off for the rest of the week and the weekend.
Lucky you.
Mhm. Only
Yeah,
I worked last weekend.
apparently my schedule's getting ready to change because the one girl who makes the schedule, something about her friend's like dad or whatever died, and depending on when his funeral is, and blah 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 and stuff like that. So I was like, well, okay.
Sounds intriguing.
Hey, money's money. What can I say?
This I'll have to agree with. $20 is $20.
Yeah, $20 is $20, but I don't get paid but every 2 weeks, so
You ever seen Half Baked?
oh my God. I know the movie, but I'm trying to think.
Well,
Is it about the boys in college?
no.
Okay.
It's about these roommates. There's Dave Chappelle, that other comedian with the dopey face.
That tells me a lot.
He's okay. He's a comedian, and this is his face is how he got the role on Half Baked. Since he was a child, he's always had the stoner face, like he just looks like he's stoned all of the time. I can't remember his damn name, but inside this movie, where the hell was I going with that? Oh yeah, he goes to the rehab because he's with this girl named Mary Jane, and she doesn't like him smoking weed. So or not rehab. He goes to like a AA meeting, but for like Narcotics Anonymous. And,
Yeah,
NA. So he goes in and he's like, hi, I'm here. I'm trying to not smoke weed and blah blah blah. He's like, you're coming here because Bob Saget gets up. You know who Bob Saget is, right?
yeah, I know who Bob Saget is.
Okay, he gets up and he goes, wait a minute. He's like, you're coming to rehab for weed, man? He's like, you ever suck dick for crack? And then this little teeny other guy, he's like, huh? And he's like, no, I really haven't. And there was another guy that said something about a rock's a rock or something like that. And it reminded me of that $20 is $20.
Yeah.
I don't know where I was going with that. I had a
Basically, yeah, you're trying to say $20 is $20, and it kind of reminded you of a rock is a rock. $20 is $20. So
right. I think so. Maybe I don't know. But it was
yeah.
you gotta watch Half Baked. It's a funny movie. I don't know if you smoke weed, but you gotta smoke weed before you do it because it's fucking hilarious.
Oh no, I wouldn't. I don't do drugs. Sorry, I smoke cigarettes. That's about it.
He works at like a government testing facility where they test marijuana. And
Yeah.
he's a janitor, and the scientist says, "Here, I need you to go down, and I need you to pick up this." And he goes, "Whatever." So he goes down, and he's waiting. He's like, "Yeah, scientist told me to pick this up," and he hands him 2 pounds of weed, 2 bricks of weed, and he grabs it, and he's getting all paranoid. He like he's committing a crime or something because weed's, I guess, illegal where he's at in the movie, and he's like, "Do you want a receipt?" He's like, "Nope." He's like, "I'm just gonna go," and the guy's like, "Here, let me give you something for your trouble," and he starts pulling out a piece of it, but Dave Chappelle's pulling handfuls out as he's talking and trying to hand him a piece, and he's shoving his pockets full of it, and then they go and they rob the fucking place, right?
Yeah.
And they get caught robbing it with a bunch of bricks of weed, and the other guy, he goes to jail. Actually, yeah, that guy's in it too. The guy from Dumb and Dumber that drinks the piss and You know the copper that pulls him over, and he's like, "Give me that shit there," and he drinks the piss. He's like, because one of I think it was Jim Carrey that pissed in the beer bottle. He's like, "I wouldn't
Yeah.
drink that if I were you." He's like, "You'd shut your mouth if you knew it was good for you." But he
Yeah,
drank
I've
piss.
seen Dumb and Dumber.
Okay, well, that guy there is the other guy that's in another guy that's in the movie, and he winds up going to jail for killing a diabetic horse.
Wow.
Because he went to the store and he gave them um, he bought a bunch of candy and shit, and he wound up giving a piece of licorice or something to the horse, and I guess the horse was diabetic, and the horse died, and he went to jail for killing a police officer.
Mm.
Yeah, it was funny.
Yeah, see, the thing when you got to talking about the movies, I don't think I've actually seen that one. The one I was talking about is like 3 black guys. It's either 2 or 3 black guys and then like
How
2
high?
white guys.
Are you talking about How High?
That might be it. Where like at the end he makes this thing and he brings back like this ghost of one of the scientific people or something.
Yeah, the Liberty Bomb.
Yeah. Okay. That's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, How High with Redman and Method Man, and they go
Yeah.
to the college, and Method Man is he grows weed, and he put his buddy's ashes inside the plant, and every time they smoked it, they seen his buddy, and he helped them get the SATs or whatever, and
Yeah.
they were trying to prove that cannabis was. They had to make a discovery, and they brought in this cannon thing and turned it into a bong, and they're in front of the whole school, and they're like here's our discovery, and they let it smoke. So they went and they dug up the dead president, ground him up, and grew a plant with him in it so that people would see his ghost when they smoked it. But he's like this here is the single best discovery or whatever, and they smoke it and everybody gets all stoned from the fumes, and
Yeah.
the president comes up as his ghost and he goes, "It's the Liberty Ball."
Yeah.
God.
That one.
It's funny. That movie is pretty funny. If you build it, they will come. What the hell's a man doing out in the middle of the field? There ain't nobody out there. What's that, Tom? It's just the field again. Oh God, that was a funny movie. Red Man bumps into the car. He's like, "I must not be high enough, man." He's like, "He's a ghost, man." Oh, that explains everything. Holy shit. I jumped because I had just finished smoking a joint when I first watched that movie. And when the midget jumps out of the corner and jumps down when they're done their meeting, that startled me. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, where did the midget come from? He just popped up out of a corner. Yeah, it's a good movie too.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I ain't gonna lie.
How High, I think is what it's called.
Not like I said, I wasn't sure what it was called. That's why I was asking if that was the one you was talking about. Because I'm like, I've heard of Half Bake. I was like, but I don't know if that's the one I seen or not. But no, I haven't seen Half Bake. I've only seen How High now.
I'll show you what the case would look like. So you know. Image. Oh, hey, and it even shows that guy.
The one guy you were talking about
Yeah,
with the dog face or something.
yeah. Not the dog face. He had like a stoner face.
Yeah.
So this is what Half Baked would look like. The movie thing.
Dave Chappelle, Jim something.
And then this is the guy I was talking about. That's what he looks like all the time. Like all the time, that's what he looks like. He's even showed pictures in a comedy because he's a comedian, and he showed pictures of him when he was a kid, and he was like, "Look, I look like this like all the time." He's like, "And my kids look like me."
Oh, his poor old kids.
Actually, I think
I think
No,
his name's Jim something.
uh,
Oh,
hold on, I'll get his name. It is bam. Brian. What the hell? It would be.
click on okay. Not right there where you're at. I was gonna say go over to the left hand side where it's showing Dave Chappelle and it says half baked on the picture in the middle row, and it may have his name in it. Yeah,
Got his name,
Jim
Jim Barrow.
Jim Brewer.
Buru, or yeah, but I'll click that too. Just to. Oh wait, shit. Where'd it go?
I don't know. Yeah.
Warning: this movie will give you the munchies.
So
Which
Jim
one were you
Brewer's
talking
his
about?
name. I was thinking it may have the other guy's name on it since they both play in it and whatnot, but apparently it don't. Because normally, if there's like two main characters or something, it'll have them listed on the front of the DVD.
Dave Chappelle, I believe, is the main character.
Yeah.
But the rest of them, they're all like roommates, and they turn out to be drug dealers when they start robbing the fucking place for weed, and they turn
Yeah.
into drug dealers. And they bought a dog, and they smoked and got so high that they flew to they floated out the window and floated to their buddy that's in jail, and he's looking in the mirror because everybody in jail kept calling him New Fish, and he's looking in the mirror and he made a fish thing with his mouth, and he goes, "You are not a fish. You are not a fish." This guy right here. That's actually a scene from the movie right there. And what happens is he's singing into his soap, and then the soap like shoots out and lands on the ground, like "Don't drop the soap in jail" kind of thing. And then
Yeah.
this big ass black dude comes behind him. This guy right here, this big black dude comes behind him.
Dang.
God, it's a funny movie. Super funny movie. Actually, that's the scene from when he comes behind him and he spins his head around. He's like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, this guy's pretty cool. This guy, but it's a good movie. You should invest in watching it. Obviously, you don't do drugs, so I don't know. It's much more enjoyable high. That's all I can say. But I'm pretty sure you could probably enjoy it the same. But I don't know. When you're high, things are funnier, I guess.
I can enjoy a good comedy though.
Yeah, it's funny. It's highly funny. There is one scene in the movie where where is he? This guy right here. That the hell was his name?
The Jim dude?
Yeah, the gym dude, where he was actually high in one scene, and it's at the end of the movie where he stands over buddy that got knocked out. He's like, "You got knocked the fuck out." That's the only scene where he was high, because when the movie ended, or not movie ended, but when his scenes were ended, there was a controversy between the actors, and the actor said, "If my scenes are not done all today, then I'm pulling me like we're not putting any of my scenes in it." So Dave Chappelle left him a big fat joint in his trailer to smoke before he left to go home. So he smoked the joint, and then the producer sent someone to his trailer, this lady, and she's like, "Hey, you got to come back. We have an actor that said that they're going to leave. They're going to pull out all of their scenes if they're not all done today. because they got another contract that they have to fulfill, and he was stoned as a motherfucker when he did it.
Mm.
And I didn't know that until he had said it in his comedy skit. He did like a comedy special,
Yeah.
and he told everybody that was the only scene where he was high. He says, despite popular belief in what I look like, he's like, I'm not high all the time.
Mm.
But that's what he looks like all the time, right there.
Yeah.
Could you imagine looking like that all the time? Damn it!
No, I couldn't.
Cops pull you over. What's going on, man? Are you high? No. It's good shit. I like that movie. It was pretty funny. It was a good movie.
I bet so. I'm gonna call it a night, Tank.
You're gonna call it a night?
Yeah. Like I said, I gotta go to work today, so.
I love
But I
it.
hope you have a good one.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming up and chilling. Hope
Not
all-
a problem.
Good night, Tank. Wait, night, B. I shall return. I'm going to top up my coffee. I hit mute too early. Yeah, I'll be back in about a minute. Just gonna go top up my coffee. Alrighty, I'm back. What the fuck? Welfare for rich. How your tax dollars end up in millionaires' pockets and what to do about it. What are you doing, cat? Six months ago. $425 billion. That is intense. That was 5 days ago. is HHS Secretary Azar testifies about COVID and possible political interference. Weird. Jesus, that poor woman's voice. Holy hell. What? Jesus. Intriguing. That's not weird at all. Good kitty cat. Holy cow. Max. Slow down. Holy cow. This is five, so. Well, that's not weird at all. was that? Fuck, I gotta piss again. Christ almighty, drink too much coffee, I think. Excuse me. down, Kit Kats. Slow down. Okay. Well, this proves that that was a crock of shit. that about a bitch. Oh man, it started it over. What are you doing, Kitty Cat? Well, this makes me feel a little bit better about doing it. that whole unit. Shit. There we go. I wonder if that's the definition of that word. Okay. Okay. What? Okay. That's been cloned. So, exit. Whose bright idea was this? Well, if this part is correct, another piece of bullshit. Was like a Shit. What is this? Who did that? Another episode of No Dick. Jesus Christ. That's funny. Christ. Ah, excuse me. Paparazzi. What the fuck? Huh. Oh, what'd that say? Oh, okay. What in the love of hell? How the hell did you hit a parked car? The fuck? God, that was a catchy little tune. Hey, what the fuck? Wow, there's a lot of symbolism in that sign. What now? Dr. Phil, for which is not a doctor. Where the hell do you get a diagnosis like that? You're not even a fucking doctor. That's a what? Petition for appointment of probate conservator of the limited conservatorship. Conservatorship? Was that like power of attorney? Superior Court of California, County of Los Angeles. Petition for appointment of probate. Hey, Jody Love. Just wanted to say hi before I go to bed after my coffee. Well, all right. I appreciate you coming by. How was your day? My day was peachy. Oh, it is power of attorney. A permanent. So the dude screwed his own daughter just to get rich. Slimy shit. My day was okay. Brother coming soon. Need some sleep. Well, I hope you have a good visit with your brother. I appreciate you popping by. What the fuck? Thanks, and I tried to pop in. Well, you're most certainly welcome, and I do appreciate you popping in whenever you can. I think that's kind of why I also leave it live even when there's nobody in here, because, in case someone wants to come in and say hello, or in case, I don't know, people want to come in and have a conversation with each other. Plus, I'm rarely home now, so I figured screw it. Might as well keep it live while I can, I guess. But I appreciate it. She's got a ride with the paparazzi. That would be an awkward car ride. Shit, where'd it go? There it is. Excuse me. Okay, I can exit that. Erdley? What a weird name. What the fuck? Someone wrestled the phone away from her. I've not talked to her since then. What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck was that? Oh, damn it. Go back. Go back. Please understand this is not my decision, and I am being forced to take desperate measures in an effort to save this website and stand up for what is right. Breathe heavy with will remain up in the air until resolution with her management, lawyer, and father has been reached. If ever, I will destroy your ass, threatened Jamie to me in a telephone conversation. This is not the end. Yeah, okay, so that's just the name of that. Update. How the hell do you deem that person incompetent if they can do all that? Holy cow. It's not a protective bubble, it's a control bubble. They're not allowing her to fucking make any decisions for herself. So, sorry, Jody, you can't see what I'm looking at. I don't know. This weird thing come up in my my recommendations. It says, "The trapped life of Britney Spears. We've all been lied to." Apparently, her father went in front of a court and convinced the courts to sign over a lifetime guardianship over her. Basically, has control from everything from a purchase at Starbucks to a purchase on iTunes, and he gets paid. He's getting rich off of stealing her money, basically. Eh, they call it a conservator. Yeah, conservator. But to me, it doesn't sound like it. They were just censoring her. They weren't censoring her. They weren't allowing her to testify. Or when it came to her competence hearing, they wouldn't allow her to testify in her own competence hearing to see if she was competent, which in the end result screwed her, because I mean that would have proved that she was competent. How the hell do you put out that many records, a movie, star in guest star on shows, do interviews, have normal conversations, and they still label her incompetent to look after it? It doesn't make any sense. I think that her father just wanted her money. I think that he did it to control the money, which essentially he did. You know, she wasn't allowed to do anything without his sign off. But apparently there was some movement. It was like hashtag Free Britney or something, and that helped, I guess. And I guess the father threatened the site owner of it. It's like, I will destroy your ass. But he kept the site up, and I don't know if she got back her I don't even know what the hell to call it, freedom. I mean, that would be hell, you know. Like everything was being monitored. Like they were monitoring her phone calls. When she was speaking with a lawyer. The lawyer said the last time that I spoke to her, somebody abruptly took the phone away from her and then hung up and hasn't spoke to her since. And because the lawyer wasn't recognized to the court as being her lawyer, they kicked the lawyer out. And God, man, it's a horrible situation. Nobody should ever have to go through that. And should Mrs. Spears ask to be released, her cause would probably be led by the man the court appointed to her, chief advocate, a lawyer, Samuel D. Ekram. The third Mr. Ekram role is, among other things, to ensure that the conservators do not loot her assets, abuse their power, or inappropriately restrict her freedom, which is exactly what they were doing. The father was looting her assets, restricting her freedom, not allowing her to talk to lawyers, not allowing her to do anything. There was like trackers on her phone and shit where they could see everything. It's like a remote access portal, and they were able to listen to her conversations, read her text messages. There was like they were like heavily watching her, and this is her father that did that. So this guy's a scumbag in my book. I mean, that's some grimy, slimy shit, you know. Apparently it made her lose her mind, which only made her case look worse. Yes, freedom. She needs freedom. Everybody needs freedom. Like she is in jail. No, but he had her. Yes. Okay, I get what you mean. Yes, essentially, like she's free but in jail. But the father, when she tried to get legal help to, I don't know, help separate from her father, he committed her to a mental institution. Like he kept trying to silence her because she wanted to speak up and tell the truth about the shit, and he kept silencing her. He put her in a mental institution, and that worked for a little bit, I guess. And then the doctors there were like, she's making considerable improvements, and we don't think that she needs to be here anymore. And then they released her. And then the father tried to put her back inside the mental institution, because that was shortly around the same time that she was talking to the lawyer, and he stole the phone physically from her and hung the phone up because he didn't want her talking to the lawyer. She had to fight to be able to testify in court on her own behalf. I mean, that's horrible. I mean, why? I mean, I know why. I mean, obviously it's for money. It had nothing to do with her best interest, you know. I mean, in my opinion, I think it had everything to do with money. I think he wanted her money, wanted her empire, wanted everything, and she had become at the age where she could branch off. Because if you remember, she started out young, and he was power of attorney. Well, it started closely when she became of age to branch off and go do her own thing. And then he just, I don't know, railroaded her every step of the damn way until, I mean, I don't know what it ends now. Power and money, correct. I mean, it's horrible. Says here there has been some debate in California over whether court-appointed lawyers do enough to advocate the rights of those under conservatorship. Just last year, the state's attorney committee on judiciary, whatever, noted in a report, in theory, the court-appointed counsel should be arguing on the proposed conservatees' behalf for a less restrictive alternative to conservatorship whenever possible. Mr. Ingram has been awarded more than $2 million in fees for his work on Miss Spears' behalf since 2008. This is in addition to the $6.9 million paid from the estate to the conservators and other lawyers who have helped manage Miss Spears' affairs. Under the current arrangement, Miss Spears has never publicly questioned any of these payments, but critics of the process have. Well, I mean, if she was forced to sign an NDA or if there was a gag order, she legally couldn't, right? I mean, and that's what a lot of record producers do too. Is like they'll find like some fresh talent and get them to sign a contract, and they basically every album that they put out, they only get royalties from when the producers, the what do you call them, the studios and record labels get everything. There's who the hell is it? It's which singer was it? There was a singer that fought against this, and the resolution for when they were fighting against it was, for every album you put out, we will sign over one of your old albums. So essentially, what they're doing is they're using them, and I don't know who the hell would fall for that, but that's basically what it is. And I think that's why I have enormous respect for Ryan Upchurch. He's done it all himself, and he got interviewed by a record label a long time ago, and they were like, if you sign with us, we'll buy you a Lamborghini. So what he did was he went out and bought a brand new Lamborghini and said, look, I can buy my own damn Lamborghini. What the hell do I need your Lamborghini for? And I mean, he's got like top Billboard chart songs and albums and whatnot, and none of it has been associated with any record label, because he knows how they work. They get you to sign these contracts that seem so good, but they're not. They're designed to steal your fucking money and keep you on. I'd like to remember which which singer it was, a rapper or whatever, that took this sort of thing public, where they were like, they own all the rights to the music. When you sign on to a label, sometimes the fine print states that basically, you sign a contract with them for a certain amount of years, but in the fine print it states that whatever you do inside that label in that time, all that belongs to them, and they only give you a royalty of it. I'd like to remember which singer came forward with that. I know that Kesha did it, because she came forward and said that she was sexually harassed or whatever by the manager or label dude, and they did the same thing with her music, where she had all of her music tied up in this one record label, and she, in order to get the rights for those records back, she would have to then make new records, and then they would essentially still keep those records and all the rights to those. So she technically gonna, if you go with a deal like that, you're gonna be working forever, because you're gonna make one album, give it to them, just to get back an old record album. You're not really getting any further. You're only making new shit to get your old stuff back, kind of thing. You could be doing that all on your own instead of going through them. They're slimy pricks, them. I mean, it's power and money. That's all it is. I think this is part 2. Which are marvelous. $35,000 a month. That's what her father was getting. $35,000 a month, plus whatever the hell he skimmed off the top. Disclaimer, please do not send any hate or anyone else mentioned in the story. This video is simply meant to report on the news and give some insight on the situation. The more you know, the better you will be. Correct? Knowledge is power. I mean, knowledge is one of the greatest powers, because with knowledge comes understanding, and understanding comes a different mindset, where you can approach things from an angle of clarity. I think, I don't know if I said that right, but that's my opinion. Chick's got Stockholm syndrome. What the hell? Finally, on April 3rd, she broke her Insta silence, posting a slogan that read, "Fall in love with taking care of yourself, mind, body, spirit," and captioning it, "We all need to take time for a little me time." It was unusual, fans said, for her to do this. Use a smiley face instead of her perfect preferred emoji. Later that day, TMZ reported that she had checked into a mental facility 7 days prior for a 30-day stay. But what? A podcast leak. Well, while it states the conservatorship is engaged in numerous ongoing business activities requiring immediate attention, and if therefore is in the best interest of the conservatee, that the acceptance of wallets, what the hell, resignation, oh, I guess that's a guy, resignation and the issuance of amended letters of conservatorship of the estate occur immediately and without delay. Nut homes can only keep you for 30 days, if not nuts. Right. I think it's an assessment, right? They assess to see if you're misfiring, and as long as you're competent and you're not batshit crazy, then they have no reason to hold you. They would be like kidnapping, I believe, or something, or adult napping if you're an adult. Kidnapping, adult napping, I don't know. I was adult napped. He adds substantially determined irreparable harm and immediate danger will result to the conservatee and her estate if the relief requested herein is not granted on an ex parte basis. What is ex parte? Then in March, just 4 months after securing a raise, Wallet resigned. That was when it became undeniably obvious to us that something serious had transpired. Baker wrote in an email interview with the Daily Beast. What the fuck? Verified source. The source claimed she was being held against her will at the mental health facility with no release date in sight. The source said everything kicked off when Jamie noticed Brittany wasn't taking her prescribed medication and threatened to stop supporting her second Las Vegas residency. She was seen driving, and the source said she wasn't allowed to drive under the terms of the holy shit. So they banned the poor woman from driving too? As a result, the source claimed Jamie. What the hell does that say? It looks like choked. As a result, the source claimed Jamie checked her into the facility himself and attributed to his own health issues. However, she is under what's defined as a probate conservatorship, which does not allow Jamie to force her into a mental health facility. Well, he did it 3 damn times. The conservatorship was supposed to end after the circus tour in 2009. Anonymous source. The idea was go on tour. Where'd that go? There it is. The idea was go on tour, show us you're stable, and and that is conservatorship. Well, what the fuck? The idea was go on tour, show us you're stable, and we'll end well. Stable and well. Okay. Stable and well. And this conservatorship will help you regain custodial rights. Being free is a fundamental right. Custodial. But that had not happened in 2019. She was okay. When the podcast dropped, the co-host received backlash for allegedly violating her privacy. Right. But I think he always had the power. And then, I don't know. It says, with everything that has came to light, Brittany's Graham, I guess that's the podcast or whatever, could now be facing some pretty serious consequences after a group of concerned individuals say they have filed multiple complaints against the podcast, including with the FBI, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, due to the potential HIPAA violations, and State Bar of California. Pires, this is potentially untrue. You also did not reach out to us for comment. You must be aware that reporting on on Medium posts as though it was actual news is irresponsible. This was an unexpected turn. The FBI are now involved. Perez Hilton. When her mother posted a picture with a caption that said, "When God's warriors go down on their knees, the battle is not over, it's just begun." A fan commented on the post, "I really hope you're supporting Britney in trying to end this conservatorship. I really hope you're ailing ex-husband isn't keeping your daughter somewhere against her will." And okay. And her sister posted on her Instagram story that same day. Younger sister posted on Instagram story and wrote, "They don't deserve you. Stay busy." It was all very cryptic. Some media source posted, what the hell did that say? On April 19th, The Blast published a report saying that Britney's team believed she would be dead. She didn't get help immediately. Source with knowledge of the situation told The Blast. During negotiations for her second Las Vegas residency, it was clear that she was in no condition to handle the workload. On April 22nd, several of Britney's fans held a protest outside West Hollywood City Hall, demanding Britney's release from the mental health facility. Holy shit, she was still in there? It should be noted that Britney was allowed to leave the facility. The next day, on April 23rd, TMZ reported that was in the facility after her doctors tried to fix her medication since they were no longer effective. What the hell does that even mean? TMZ sources said there were problems as they weaned Brittany off her previous medication and tried prescribing different ones. Some of the trial and errors made her unstable. Well, for sure it is. Your body will go through withdrawals, and you can't just cut somebody off. I mean, that's the way it sounds. It sounds like they just cut her off a medication and tried her on a new one. It's too much shock for the system. It would cause psychosis. She was unwilling to cooperate with doctors. For sure she would be. She's probably feeling horrible, like uneasy. She was admitted to the facility, and during her stay, TMZ sources said the doctors believed they had found the right medication. Oh, mixture. Right, so feed the poor woman a cocktail. That's going to fix her. Also, on April 23rd, Brittany posted a video message saying she was doing well and needed to take some time to deal with stress and anxiety. Jesus Christ, man. Her face looks like it's sucked in. She looks like she's been on a crack bender for the last year. I wanted to say hi because things that are being said have just gotten out of control. While there are rumors, death threats to my family and my team, and just so many things, crazy things being said. I'm trying to take a moment for myself, but everything that's happening is just making it harder for me. Don't believe everything you read or hear. These fake emails everywhere were crafted by Sam Lutfi years ago. Holy shit, so they had that planned out. Years ago, I did not write them. He was pretending to be me and communicating with my team with a fake email address. My situation is unique, but I promise I'm doing what's best at this moment. You may not know this about me, but I am strong and stand up for what I want. What I want. Your love and dedication is amazing, but what I need right now is a little bit of privacy to deal with all the hard things that life is throwing my way. If you could do that, I would be forever grateful. Love you. For contact, Sam Luffer, Brittany's ex-manager. Oh. Wow. The next day, the blast obtained the alleged fake emails. What the hell? There we go. The first email was dated June 19th, 2007. And it states, why is it redacted? Forward, Jane's wedding weekend. Father, I just received your letter. You talked a lot about love. I've had plenty of thoughts about everything in life lately, love included. I am very angry, and I probably got a little carried away telling you to go F. I think that's supposed to be fuck yourself. Go fuck a duck. But I do hate what has happened to me. I know you are my family and have every right to be concerned by my actions, but I still, to this day, feel like you guys went overboard by sending me away on a 16-hour, where'd the hell it go? Flight that neither you or Mama really looked. Something is redacted. After my divorce, the biggest mistake I made was letting Larry walk into my hotel room. I worked with him for 4 years of my life, but things are different now. I don't want to ever go back to that time because I'm not that person anymore. I do feel he influenced me in some of why behavior patterns, and it's really strange to have managers send you to rehab who's the main one giving you drinks. He also knew, oh yeah, great. So you get her fucked up, then you send her to rehab. The main one giving you drinks. He also knew I was getting rid of him the day before. You guys have a plot to send me away. Kevin 1 minute says he had nothing to do with sending me there. Then the next minute he says, I'm sorry. I didn't do it to hurt you. It's like everyone is full of shit. Then you give me your whole speech about all these people I should be calling, and one lady getting a tattoo, and all these things you people think will help. The worst part is Kevin given the authority to come to my, what the hell is this, fucking house? Come to my fucking house with his mom, who he planted weed with as a child. They're bringing their, wait, what the fuck? With his mom, who he planted weed with as a child. They bring their hippie, that's redacted, what is it? Hippie selves into my motherfucking home. I spent 2 years in building for his sorry ass. Okay, that's ass. So that would be with as, okay, planted weed with as a child. They bring their hippie ass selves into my motherfucking home. I spent 2 years in building for his sorry ass, and he takes my 8-month-old and my 1-year-old. I think that's supposed to be fuck that and fuck you too. Yes, I have an anger problem, but it feels as though it is the only thing I can really own at this point. And my car. I'm sorry you feel I'm a joke and I'm a bad mother. Maybe one day I might just be good enough for you, but until then, keep sending me speeches. Wait, what? Yeah, speeches about love. The second email is dated November 18th, 2007. that unplugged. Nope, it's just over here. What the fuck? There we go. That's better. All right. Second email, Sunday, November 18th, 21:15:40, 2017. Subject, Piece of Me video shoot. I am so sorry that you felt the need to go behind my back to my manager and ask him if I was ready. Next time you can come to me directly. He even thought it was insulting and rude, but I am a forgiving person, so let's focus on my upcoming video, and please do not go to Sam and tell him he backstabbed you by telling me what you told him. At least finally someone has the balls to tell me everything that goes on behind my back, so just get used to it. And like Sam said to you, bothered with any of the artistic decisions, because he is not an artist or a musician, but I am, and also his taste in house decor is awful, so I am designing the bedroom scene. He is not being lazy. He isn't Larry. He just wants me to stop letting you all push me around. And I agree with him, so it's time you listen to me. Every contract says Brittany on it for a reason. So there it is. I do not like that woman's idea for the video. That isn't who I am. I am not going to do it. I made my own treatment and I already talked to Wayne and he loves it. My treatment for Piece of Me is sleek and modern looking apartment or loft. Whoa. Okay. When did that say that was? The final email appears to be addressed to a lawyer named Gary. Gary, since you are my lawyer, even though I don't know if you are really trying to protect me or not, but there is a crazy lady, Lou Taylor, that has been sending stuff to my house. How did she get my address, and why can't you stop her? I don't know her. She is a stalker. She is really terrifying me and my babies. If she knows where I live, then she can just show up here. She sent me a fucking pink hat, and she is writing letters like she is my mother. She has been stalking me since Malibu, and it needs to stop because I don't have security. And Sam refuses to stay over every night because he has 1,000 dogs. Why do you have 1,000 dogs, Sam? What the hell? Uh, to go feed, and I have my babies and London, and she keeps saying I am possessed and that she needs to come, and that's redacted, but what is it? She needs to come, and these spirits needs to come kill these spirits. I am asking you for help, please. This is a gated community. Cannot, isn't, or is? Okay, I am asking you for help, please. This gated community cannot or will not keep stalker mail from reaching my front door. Excuse me. The maid let the FedEx guy in, and that's how this hat got here. Why is your maid letting people inside your house? We told her 1,000,000 times to leave me alone, and now she is saying she is going to visit my drunk fucking father in Kentwood. I don't care about him, but she could easily find my mother and hurt her. What am I supposed to do when Sam is not here? I got an idea. Get a gun. Uh, you know, Sam is not here. I am scared. Can you call him and tell him how important it is that he needs to stay here every night, because it is no. What? Stay here every night because it's like no one is listening to me. That is a big redaction. I cannot even make out shapes to the words that are supposed to be there. Something is supposed to be there, and now she sent me pictures of her and a man and butterflies. She is really crazy, 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 crazy. Ah, fuck. Crazy. Do you care if I'm dead? Because I cannot sign your checks if I am your client. Jesus. It's no problem, Jody. Wait. What's this? For context, Lou Taylor is Britney's current business manager. In a now deleted Instagram post, Jamie Lynn wrote, on Tuesday, she wrote, this time to further extinguish the rumors, writing 10 years ago, who was there? Who was there? I have been here long before anyone else, and I'll be here long after. I love my sister with everything I have, so anyone or anything that speaks to the contrary can GTFOH, get the fuck out of here? Maybe? GTFOH. Can go get the fuck. Go to. I think it's get the fuck out of here. With all of the comments about what you don't understand, do not come for me or the ones I love anymore. You can move the blank out of here with all that, just like the other lady who was running her mouth. On May, wait, you said May 13th. It says May 10th there. You said May 13th, but the caption says May 10th. TMZ reported Britney appeared in court and told the judge she was committed to the mental health facility against her will and was forced to take drugs. Son of a bitch. TMZ said her mother's lawyer also backed up Britney's claims. But Us Weekly reported that Britney's mother was not on board with the conservatorship ending. The judge ordered an expert to evaluate her and didn't take any further action. What the fuck? It seemed to be the end of the situation for the time being. Things heated up again in 2020. This is the end of part 2. What the fuck? Where's part 3 then? There were a few protesters standing outside the courtroom and wonderful. Is that part 3? Part 3. I'm invested now. Okay. Okay. Video of her dancing. Weirdly, to say the least. Britney, and then one goes off and lives in a castle just because she can't deal anymore. And she said, so I'm here today to answer all your questions in the comments. Hashtag Free Britney. For over 10 years, Britney's fans have been trying to rescue the pop star from her conservatorship. Every time I see that, my mind wants to say censorship. But Britney's recent strange behavior has fans concerned. And Britney herself seems to want out. You have a full kettle and it's about to spill. Uh-oh. Please do not. Okay, yeah, that's a disclaimer again. Part 3. Conservatorship extended? In September 2019, Britney's father stepped out as permanent conservator, officially citing health issues. However, Britney's dad allegedly broke down door and violently shook grandson during incident. You'd only do that once, just once. Uh, 13-year-old son. 13-year-old son during an argument. Jamie was not charged after, oh my God, man. After the Ventura County Sheriff's Office said the case had insufficient evidence. But Kevin Federline, Brittany's ex-husband and father of her children, was granted a restraining order on behalf of Brittany's sons against Jamie after the incident. So if there was enough evidence for a restraining order, why the fuck wasn't there enough evidence for charges? Hey. Okay, in February 2020, a Los Angeles County judge ordered for the conservatorship to remain in place for several more months. Despite rumors that Brittany wants to remove some restrictions. According to court documents, the conservatorship would be extended at least April 30th, 2020. Jaden's Instagram Live. Who the hell is Jaden? Oh, okay, March 4th, Brittany's younger son, Jaden, went live on his Instagram and spoke about his mother and her career. When he was asked if his grandfather was a jerk, Jaden said, "Yeah, he's a pretty big dick." He also spoke highly of his father and grandmother, saying they were the best dad and the best grandma. When another comment told him to help his mother break free, Jaden said, "See, that's what I'm trying to do." When someone asked if his mother was being controlled, Jaden said no. When a fan asked if Brittany would be releasing new music, Jaden replied, "Actually, I haven't seen her doing a lot of music at all. I don't know. Dude, actually, I don't even know." I remember one time I asked her, "Mom, what happened to your music?" And she was like, "I don't know, honey. I think I might just quit it." And I'm like, "What? What are you saying? Like, you know how much bank you make off?" Holy fuck. Inside the mind of a teenager. Jesus Christ. How much bank you make off of that stuff. Like, yeah. Strange theories. Throughout the lockdown, fans have suspected that Brittany has been sending coded cries for help through her Instagram account. In one Instagram post, if you need help, wear yellow in your next video, someone commented. Son of a bitch, and she wore yellow. Holy crap. My florist surprised me today by making the flower arrangement all different colors. I was so excited I threw on my favorite yellow shirt and just had to share it. Son of a bitch. Shit, go back. What the hell did that say? Okay, yeah. So the comment to her was, if you need help, wear yellow in your next post. And she wore yellow. She shared a picture of a rose. She wore flowers in her hair and carried magic secrets in her eyes. What the fuck's that? Arundhati Roy? Arundhati Roy? What the hell does that even mean? Twitter user, this isn't a coincidence anymore. Brittany is sending messages for help. The God of Small Things. MUIPE is desperate. What the fuck? Desperate to escape her ill-tempered father, known as Papachi, and her bitter, long-suffering mother, known as Mamachi. Hey, Betty. Amidst the growing concern over Brittany's well-being, several posts, PSA on Brittany, and the hashtag Free Britney movement for anyone that needs or wants more information on what is going on with her. It's a fucking rabbit hole, so buckle up. I'm on part 3 of the hidden cry for help from Brittany. We've all missed it. For anyone wondering what's happening, for 12 years, Brittany has been under a conservatorship wherein her father and a lawyer have been granted full legal authority over her life and assets. The status is arranged for individuals deemed unable to feed and clothe themselves, and was implemented in Miss Spears case after a mental health crisis in 2008. The situation has returned to the spotlight because of the conservatorship was recently extended, and because Kanye West presidential campaign announcement has brought the situation into contrast. Oh, fuck. Contrast. Announcement has brought the situation into contrast with his mental health history, as West was institutionalized over psychological issues. In many argue the conservatorship is abusive and unnecessary, as Spears has demonstrated full mental, factually faculty in the decades since her guardians were appointed, and see a double standard between her continued conservates, whatever the fuck, status, her fucking controller's status 12 years after her mental health episode, and West's presidential bid after 4 something. She only has 12% custody of her kids. She can't date. Her kids have restraining orders against her dad. She's labeled as unable to feed and clothe herself, yet was able to do tours and Vegas. Oh shit. Damn it, wrong button. In July, Britney posted a photo of a Bible verse. What was the Bible verse? Was it P Psalms 23? As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, for thy rod and thy staff, they art with me. Okay, here we go. Be on your guard. Stand firm stand firm and strong. And then she posted, I get how some people might not like my posts or even understand them, but this is me being happy. This is me being authentic and as real as it gets. I want to inspire people to do the same and just be themselves without pleasing others. That's the key to happiness. Oh shit. However, Britney's post didn't quiet her concerned fans. Fans launched a change.org #FreeBritney. In small writing, it says, you see the hashtag, our beloved princess of pop, Britney, has been under a conservatorship since 2008. She's now been under it for 11 long years. It's time she takes back control of her life and gets rid of all those manipulative, controlling, deceiving, money-hungry, and malicious people that are under her. Period. The goal of this petition is to get the sea ship investigated for something. Needs 0 signatures by August 8, 2020 to get a response from the White House. And the goal is 100 max. The goal is 100,000 signatures, and holy shit, 133,784 people signed it. Any of these petitions that get started in the first 30 days, if they get 100,000 signatures, I guess they get a response from the White House. Well, inside 30 days, I got 133,780 something. Back in April, all temporary orders regarding Britney's conservatorship, why are you reading these? Weird. Don't get it. I'm lost. Just the pollutions of Hollywood. And they basically forcibly confound her. They admitted her to a hospital. Anytime she tried to talk to her lawyer, they would violently take the phone away from her. Yeah, got a judge to keep signing a basic power of attorney thing. Yeah. The hearing, which happened a few days after Britney's post addressing her Instagram account, took place over Zoom. She was supposed to make an appearance, but she was not marked as present. The court also granted the father's motion to seal court records on the conservatorship. What the fuck is going on here? Meaning updates on the legal proceedings won't be widely reported. Meanwhile, fans gather outside the downtown Los Angeles courthouse to protest her conservatorship. They were banned from entering the courthouse. From here, there are some conflicting reports as to what happened at the hearing. One fan posted, fans at the courthouse are saying that court is still in session. Britney was having technical difficulties, but her dad and mom were able to connect, and the court was waiting for Britney to get reconnected. Sounds suspicious. The fan also said they were trying to get the technical issue sorted out. By the time those issues were fixed, they had to wait for Child Protective Services. However, when CPS arrived, the judge said it was too late. TMZ reported conservatorship hearing torpedoed by public. Conservatorship, family in place. Oh, it was postponed? Joined the Zoom call before the judge started discussing confidential matters. When the confidential portion began, the members of the public left, then came back, refused to leave. Over 2 hours later, the judge gave up and rescheduled the hearing. TMZ also clarified that while Jody Montgomery is still the conservator. Jamie was a conservator over the business affairs, but this other chick was the personal affairs. According to the blast, didn't appear in court today. Technical difficulties to blame. What's being said now? Britney's new day in court will be Wednesday, August 19th. Friends and family speak out. While all this is going on, Britney's family members, friends, and fellow celebrities started speaking out about the situation. In July, Britney's sister, Jamie, made an Instagram post about mental health. She posted, "No jokes. Right now, I have dedicated my career to offering education and insight about bipolar disorder and I'm so disturbed by what I'm seeing. Personal opinions about someone aside a manic episode isn't a joke. If you can't offer understanding or sympathy, offer your silence. That's awesome. In recent Instagram posts, Jamie did not comment on the conservatorship directly, but wrote about the need for privacy in matters pertaining to the mental health. If you deal with mental illnesses or care for someone dealing with mental illnesses, then you know how important it is to respect the situation with privacy for the person. She wrote, she also quoted a Hesley tweet from what? Hesley tweet from earlier this week, urging people to not joke about Kanye West, whose recent outbursts could be a sign of deteriorating mental health. Personal opinions about someone aside from a manic episode isn't a joke, tweeted Hesley. You can't offer I think that's supposed to be if, but it's it. If you can't offer understanding or sympathy, offer your silence. One person comment, how about your sister, obvious mental illnesses? Why don't you speak on that? And then she replied, you have no right to assume anything about my sister, and I have no right to speak about her health and personal matters. She is a strong, badass, unstoppable woman, and that's the only thing that is obvious. Later deleted the post. Sound bitch. Also in July, Brittany's brother Brian appeared on the As Not Seen on TV podcast, where he discussed the conservatorship. We'll have fun then, Tank. Gonna watch a movie. Enjoy. Alrighty, Betty. Thanks for popping by. I appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy the movie. He said Brittany always wanted to get out of the conservatorship because of the restrictions put on her life. In the Thursday, July 23rd episode of As Not Seen on TV podcast, the eldest sibling stated that his sister always wanted to get out of the conservatorship, which went into effect in 2008 because of the perceived limitations in place on her life. It's very frustrating to have, whether someone's coming in peace to help or coming with an attitude, having someone constantly tell you to do something has got to be frustrating, the 43-year-old explained. Brian also described the conservatorship as a good thing for the family. How the fuck is it good for the family, but is it good for her, for the love of God? Okay, so her brother Brian reveals rare insight into her conservatorship. We kind of came together, and not everybody agreed with it. either. Everyone had their own opinion, like maybe we should do it this way or that way, Brian said of the conservatorship's origins. But at the end, I think we made the right choice. I don't think he did. He said he was concerned about the impact on Britney's life. If they lifted the conservatorship, I mean, she's running successfully. I mean, you're probably just concerned that your fucking pocket, so, not be as deep. Britney's older brother also said his family is hoping for the best as the court reevaluates Britney's legal status this year. According to Brian, he's concerned lifting the conservatorship would pose a serious impact on Britney's life. She's been surrounded by a team of people since she was 15. That's the fucking problem. Y'all ain't letting her fucking grow up. Y'all ain't letting her make her own decisions. What the fuck is wrong with these people? So she was 15. So at what level does everyone just walk away or get reduced, he said. Well, the only thing that I can say is that you don't walk away. You sit and you support the person, but you allow them to make their own damn decisions. You give them the freedom that she's a fucking grown woman. Successful albums, movies. She not incompetent enough to go do that shit, but to line your pockets, son of a bitch, she's incompetent to have her own power over her own shit. Fucking He also explained that Britney has not made reservations, driven herself, or done everyday tasks for much of her adult life. It's because you fucking put limitations on her. You didn't allow her to do those things. However, some people didn't like Brian's comment. Okay. This is such a Christian Zambura verified Twitter account. This is such a frustrating interview with Brian, the interviewer who couldn't even pronounce conservative. Hey, fuck you, man. I have a hard time pronouncing that. Conservatorship has zero knowledge of Free Britney or Brian, and Brian joked about her freedom, then whined about how much it sucks, quotation marks, to have so many strong-minded women in the family. Why would you joke about that? Who the hell is that? Her mom wants to say in her daughter's finances. Her father, Jamie, stepped down from his role as her conservator, but now her mother is aiming to get more involved. Okay, so you get rid of one fucking gold-digging piece of shit, only to bring in one more. Holy mother flipper. Her own mother is filing motions to have what did she just have full to have a say in all matters related to Britney's trust, meaning her money, her bank account, her estate, everything. Speaking to Page 6, Jamie called the Free Britney campaign a joke. There's apparently a movement to help lift your sister up, and you think it's a damn joke? All these conspiracy theorists, fuck, don't know anything. The world don't have a clue, he said. It's up to the court of California to decide what's best for my daughter. What? It's no one else's business. Fucking shit. He also denied stealing any money from Britney. I have to report nickel and dime, every nickel and dime spent to the court every year. He said, how the hell would I steal something? Well, I'll tell you, you pay the damn judge off. I mean, clearly you've done something like that if you've got them to fucking drag this shit on for this long. I mean, it's clear she's competent. She's got how many albums out, movies. She does interviews properly. She speaks properly. How do you... I mean, it's stated in the thing, the video prior to this, that this conservatorship, or the level of conservatorship, whatever the hell it is, that whatever that is that they've appointed like that is for people that can't feed themselves, clothe themselves, etc. But I mean, clearly she can do all of those things. So why in the hell do they keep extending it? Jamie spoke about the aggressive nature of the campaign. The dad said what really bothers him is the aggressiveness of the hashtag Free Britney supporters. People are being stalked and targeted with death threats, he said. It's horrible. We don't want those kind of fans. Well, I tell you, if someone was doing some fucking shady shit like y'all are doing to her, to my fucking sister, I'd tell you I'd put a bullet in your fucking head if you didn't walk away. So I can understand where people's frustration comes along. I mean, clearly you can see that she's competent enough to take care of herself. I mean, maybe she doesn't have certain skills because you fucking kept her away from it all, but it's not to say that she can't learn. I mean, she's not incompetent. I think you just want her money. We don't want those kinds of fans. You don't want the kind of people that sees the bullshit that you're playing. I love my daughter. Jamie continued, getting emotional. I love all my kids, but this is our business. It's private. Hey, yeah, that's right too. This is the guy that put the gag order on it. Britney's former colleague also spoke out. Billy B, Britney's former makeup artist, made a series of Instagram posts addressing the movement. And what were they? He posted a photo of Britney, which the caption said hashtag Free Britney. Captioning it, yep, truth, and I have the receipts. Oh, receipt. Also posted a series of quotes. Speaking up is gossip until it's under oath. At Billy Make Up. When anyone is under the total control of others, it becomes their normal. Which, I mean, if it's it's like 15, so I mean, that is her normal. And you've kept her away from anybody or anything that teaches her that it's not fucking normal. So it becomes normal. And even they don't see how abnormal that it is at Billy B Makeup. Sometimes you must scream and shout for those who have no choice at Billy B Makeup. The next post did not directly name Britney, but it seemed to reference Jamie's interview. All these conspiracy theorists don't know anything. The world don't have a clue, he said. It's up to the court. Okay, that's the same one. Billy B Makeup says, when someone deems you a conspiracy theorist, off the top of my head, I'll offer this analogy. Let's pretend that okay, the biggest star in the world is on stage, let's say Broadway or even Las Vegas, a choreographed performance in front of thousands, not just one time, but every night. But when off stage is told that they are incapable of essentially doing anything else but being a trick pony in an endless episode of Toddlers and Tiaras. Fuck, man, I like this guy. Well said, Billy B Makeup. Episode of Toddlers and Tiaras, and that happens over and over. Well, that just doesn't make much sense, even to the average person like me. Okay, so if I think that sounds weird, then I am a conspiracy theorist. Well, okay, that's fine, because I've been called much worse. Call me what you want, but I have eyes and the world is watching. And P.S., let me say this. Helen Keller, did I say that right? Oh, I was thinking of the Marilyn, I was thinking of the Charles Manson thing, Helter Skelter. Holy shit. Okay, let me say this. Helen Keller, hashtag RIP, can see 2020. That there's something about that. We'll just, or no. Well, that's just not right. He made a follow-up post. Let me break this down for the very few that claim to be fans of Britney's that are coming for me again, saying things like, he's not speaking out, he hasn't said shit, and my favorite, oh, he's the one that made her look like shit. Number one, my speaking isn't to please you, but to help Britney and her mother. This isn't about you. Why would I waste my truth on you? When I speak, it will be when it is time and when it's right. Not when it's right for you, but when it's right for Britney in a form. The matters that matters in a form that matters. Not on Instagram. Again, this is not about you. To clarify the response of my willingness to help, if I can has been willingness to help. If I can has been overwhelmingly positive, have received hundreds of positive messages from fans that love Britney as I do. And then there is, as always, the two other ignorant assholes that that are completely toxic. Just for your information, unlike most of Instagram, I do my best to read everything good and bad. I learn from at Lady Gaga. Now, let me say this. Anyone, and I mean anyone that says Britney looked old, she looked like shit, or anything like that is exactly the type of person that she needs to or needs protection from. Britney is a grown woman. No one has total control over how someone looks. Okay. Britney is a grown woman. No one has total control over how someone looks, and no one ever should. You are part of the problem. You want Britney the way you want her to be. Britney is a human being. You should be ashamed of selves. You are no better than those who want control of her, and at any cost you can come for me all you want, but the instant that you make some ignorant, insulting comment against me, it is also an ignorant, insulting comment about her. You aren't a fan, you are a hater. Again, comments like these are irrelevant. I do not do irrelevant at Billy B Makeup. He also made a post addressing Britney's mother. Let's nip this in the butt right now. Of course, now some of you immediately focused on one word out of all of the words I said in my previous post. Yes, her mother, I happen to know her mom, and I am guessing that few people do. With that being said, mothers aren't perfect. None of us are. I question that those that are quick to choose the only thing where I've mentioned Britney's mom. Have you done your homework? First of all, can you please open your mind and your heart? I fully understand that when there is money involved, lots of money, that's like enhanced, lots of money, it is hard to trust anyone. There must be a check and balance, and that is a must to do. Those of you that are now focused on my inconclusion of her mother, inclusion, well, whatever, inclusion of her mother, and that if I can, I will help Britney. And yes, her mother, Britney's mom, has filed to have a say in all of this. Let me attempt to explain this in a way that maybe you can understand. She is filing against her husband. That is a mother's love. Personified? A mother's love. Personified? It is a beginning. Check and balance. Careful what you say, because it can appear as if you want to separate Britney from her mother. Her mother's actions is a reason to hope. In another post, Billy B shares a screenshot of some of his comments. Oh, trust. There is plenty of tea to be spilt, but only to someone of authority that could possibly help. Hashtag Free Britney. At 10th of a 10th fan, bringing awareness is a start. It's insiders that can finish. It's time to not care about being blackballed in Hollywood or worrying about a career. It's time to stand up and do what's right. I know so many hashtag brave, hashtag women who hashtag stood up at Rose McCron and others that sacrificed a career to do what's right. Hashtag Me Too movement. I've had my career, and although it is terrifying to do what's right when there is so much to lose, but it's a risk worth taking. Well said. He captioned the post, "You're welcome at Britney Spears has incredible, passionate fans. Trust me, I know because a few of you came for me." I appreciate that passion and wanting what is right. I don't know what the answer is, but without truth, there will never be a chance for the answer. Every human being struggles and falls. It is up to each of us to have understanding, compassion, and empathy. Scream and shout, quotations, if that's what it takes to get attention. And I know that if anyone can bring attention to something, it is the fans. This is what I will say. I was booked with Britney once, and it only took that one time for me to heart Britney, not the superstar, but the person. I worked every day with her, every day for quite some time. I got to know her, I got to see her, and I, like you, I'm concerned and I will do whatever I can, if asked, to help her to free Britney quotations. Everyone deserves, no, it says anyone deserves freedom. It should be everyone deserves freedom, not anyone, but okay. Everyone deserves freedom, but trust hashtag it's complicated. Thank you guys for loving her and caring about her and for understanding what I know that you know and what I am saying. Heart Billy B makeup, and thank you. Billy B then spoke to The Blast about this comment. And Billy B tells The Blast exclusively, "My only interest is Britney's well-being. I need to be very careful that my words are used in the most strategic way to help this cause." Andrew Gallery, a photographer who toured with Britney in 2008, 2009, posted several TikToks reading a letter. He said Britney had written for him to share. He claimed the conservatorship has taken... Fuck, man, where'd it go? He claimed that the conservatorship had taken the letter and had it destroyed, but he made copies before. Here's the letter. Wait a minute. How do you... What? It's not a photocopy. That's a real piece of paper with color on it and colored ink. So how in the fuck... How is that a copy? Or did they destroy the copy? You had the original? What? How does that work? After... That is some sloppy handwriting. After... Oh, fuck. He'll read it. After reading Kevin's article in People, I was amazed at how a lot of the focus was on Brittany's mother to tell a story to the people instead of the focus on Kevin. What the fuck? What happened to Brittany a year ago? People need to get with the times. Brittany divorced them. Something about visiting him in New York. Wouldn't see her, and the children and her lawyers said if she doesn't divorce him, he's going to do it himself. So, I think that's Kevin Tyrus something, to play the innocent victim in is hardly irrelevant. He left her and the babies. Her going on the mend something. Port. Fuck, that's some sloppy writing. Partings 2 years ago has nothing to do with the situation now. She is a completely different person, and most of their fighting was done back then because of his problem. Wakers and bakers? What the hell does that even mean? No one talks about these things because no one wants to hear the truth. When the children got taken away, locking herself in the bathroom, this guy's mumbling. Considering her friend at the door, the cops are something it skipped. She was lied to and set up. Children were taken away, which caused her to spin out of control, which any mother would in those circumstances. The next visit took a toll as well. She wasn't listening to her manager. He lost control, so he wanted to scare her. What a fucking douchebag. Now this year, Brittany has been silenced to speak about anything, about what's truly going on. The people controlling her life has made three what? $3 million this year off of her. Cock fucking, oh my God. If she speaks up, she's threatened. Why is it crossed out? She would love for new eyes to see her situation. But if she brings it up, she's constantly threatened by the conservators to take her kids away. So how long can this go on? As long as the people are getting paid, she has no rights. This could go on for a while. Doesn't make it right at all. What? Everyone is very quick to put a glooming eye on Brittany. Does anyone talk about Janet? Anyone talk about Janet Jackson giving a baby to her brother? What the fuck? Hopefully she won't do it with this. Brittany has given her brother a $2 million apartment. Her mother a $4 million estate. Given, or has it been taken? And her father the best job. She's a very given person. Lance Bass, a member of boy band NSYNC who was popular around the same time as Britney's heyday in the late 90s and early 2000s, also spoke out in an episode of his podcast, one about the VP candidate Brittany and soapboxes. Lance said he felt conflicted about discussing the conservatorship, but said her recent Instagram posts have been out of character. I get a lot of questions about this, but I always stay silent because I'm like, I don't know if I had something positive or some real information to share. I probably would. Obviously, she's got some problems. I don't know what she's going through. I don't know exactly what her diagnosis is or diagnoses are, but online, these videos are definitely out of character for her. This is kind of a new thing. So something's going on. I think that's why a lot of fans are like, she's being held hostage because she's acting so strange. But I think it could just be her medication doing this. She feels very happy and wants to do these videos. I don't see a danger in it. I think they're kind of fun and positive. I would be more worried if she disappeared from social media. What the fuck? Lance also defunded Britney's siblings. Deafened or defunded? Defended. They would never want to hurt their sister, and they would never go along with anyone taking advantage of her. They just wouldn't. I think they would be privy to what's going on with their parents taking care of her. said one of his friends helped oversee Britney's conservatorship. And said if there was any mistreatment, they would know. So if you're saying all of this is illegally done for her, then this judge is doing the illegal stuff. So you need to go after the judge, not anyone else but the judge. I just think we need to trust the system. Oh, yeah, that's fucking famous last words. Just need to trust the system. We can be skeptical and be conspiracy theorists all day long, but then you have to use common sense. Do we really know what really makes sense here? Oh, great. Miley Cyrus, who has screamed Free Britney at some of her concerts, also weighed in. It's a treat others the way you want to be treated kind of thing. I definitely don't know her personally enough to know any of the details, Cyrus said. I scream a lot of things at my show. I also think Britney, like anyone else, should have the freedom to live the life that's most authentic to her. Strange theories. Then on August 18th, a judge ordered Britney's conservatorship. What the fuck? Extended till at least February 1st, 2021. The fuck is wrong with these people? Britney also requested her father be removed as sole conservator of her estate, according to the court documents. She said she wanted Jody Montgomery to remain. The judge ordered a hearing on Britney's request in October. Britney's lawyer, Samuel Ingham, wrote, without in any way waiving her right to seek termination of this conservatorship in the future, Britney would like Miss Montgomery's appointment as conservator of her person to be made permanent. What the fuck? Without any way waiving her right to seek termination of this conservatorship in the future, Britney would like Miss Montgomery appointed as conservator of her person to be made permanent. What? Ingram wrote, she strongly prefers to have a qualified corporate fiduciary, whatever the fuck that is, appointed to serve as conservator of her estate. Oh, fiduciary. In court documents seen by The Sun, Britney's lawyer allegedly wrote that she did not want to perform live at this time. Meanwhile, Jamie petitioned the Superior Court of California to reinstate him. Holy fuck! To reinstate him and Andrew Wallet as co-conservators. You money-hungry fucks. Which goes against Britney's express wishes. The American Civil Liberties Union tweeted, supporting Britney, people with disabilities have a right to lead self-directed lives and retain their civil rights. If Britney wants to regain her civil liberties and get out of her conservatorship, we are here to help her. Fuck yeah! ACLU. Awesome. A few days after the hearing, Britney posted a video. Where she answered some fans' questions, including her favorite book, restaurant, and holiday. She did not answer any questions about the conservatorship, probably because there's a gag order. She captioned the video, I feel like we will look back at this time in quarantine as a huge transitional stage in our lives. We don't know when things will go back to normal, but we are staying positive and learning so much about ourselves. For me, I want to thank all my dear, sweet, real fans for being so damn wonderful. I can feel your hearts, and I know you can feel mine. Thank you for your support. Many people in the comments were concerned. They are pumping her up with pills. Nobody around her truly cares. Does this look like the face of someone who is happy and healthy? So many people should be held responsible. It's so horrible. Next one. We're coming to rescue you, Britney. We had enough. It's time to join forces and rescue our Britney. Next one. Oh my God, is this a stunt double? This is ridiculous. She's either on some serious medication or this is not Britney. The next one is really damn tiny. Holy shit. The first main question is always, are you okay? Love to see big addies to work for free. Who needs it? Big addy attorneys. Yeah, for sure. Apparently the ACLU has got involved and say that they're going to support her basically any way that they can support her, because they just got it extended. They just got the control over her extended until 2021. February 1st of 2021. How the fuck do they keep getting this done? Whose dick are they sucking? No dick. Shit. Oh, that one popped up out of nowhere. Bro, is she reading a script? Then the Big Black Cock and the Los Angeles Times reported that Brittany's sister Jamie was seeking control. Jesus fuck, man, her whole family's fighting over control over her money. Of money set aside in a trust fund for Brittany's children. Wait, what? She's trying to take the money for a trust fund? Her sister was seeking control of money set aside in a trust fund for her children. What in the ever-loving fuck is wrong with these people? Jamie was named a trusted... I don't think that's what that word says. Trustee of Brittany's estate in 2018. No wonder the bitch doesn't work. Fuck, she's stealing her sister's money. On September 3rd, TMZ reported Brittany's lawyer filed paperwork opposing Jamie's motion to seal court records on the conservatorship. Her lawyer said Brittany wants an independent person to become a co-conservator, not Andrew Wallet, who has been involved for many years. We already just heard a minute ago, or a few minutes ago, that she doesn't want her father around, so clearly she doesn't want these people a part of it. One lawyer said Brittany herself is vehemently opposed. Immediately, whatever the hell that word is, opposed to this effort by her father to keep her legal struggle hidden away in the closet as a family secret. Well, in video 2, they said that her father said that it was Brittany who wanted it kept silent, but Brittany's lawyer saying that Brittany herself is, whatever that word is, opposed to this effort by her father to keep her legal struggle hidden away in the closet as a family secret. The lawyer adds, far from being a conspiracy theory or a joke, as James Jamie reportedly told the media, in a large part, this scrutiny is a reasonable and even predictable result of James' aggressive use of the sealing procedure over the years to minimize the amount of meaningful information made available to the public. Better to act poor ... looks like. Damn. Brittany's lawyers also attached an article about the Free Britney movement to the legal paperwork and said Brittany wants to live a more independent life. The lawyer said Brittany welcomes and appreciates her fans' informed support. On September 8th, Brittany posted a strange Instagram story. Fuck, it seems to be a regular fucking thing. Lots of people been saying that a lot of my posts are not new, but they are old But just to let you guys know, none of my pictures are posts are more than a month old. Yes, I know I did wear the same top 17 times, but it's for a project. Project Rose. And you will be seeing way more of Project Rose in the future. Many fans were concerned about Britney, and after some research, the comments read, she looked so stressed, looking to the right all the time. Was she looking to the right? I feel like there's some deeper meaning behind this Project Rose. The amount she's looking to the left is actually concerning. Well, that person said to the right. What? Now I gotta fucking. She looked to the left or did she look to the right? Okay. Maybe one person thinks that it's the mirror. Okay, my right. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So she looked to my right 5 times. People looked into it and found something listed by Vice called Project Rose is holy shit. Project Rose is an arresting sex workers in Arizona to save their souls. What the fuck's that say? A more moralistic program in Phoenix arrests sex workers in massive raids to bring them to a church where they are held. What the hell is that word? Extraditionally? Strategically, whatever the fuck that word is, and offered alternative sentences without lawyers, judges, or due process. Some people found an organization called Project Rose, and that's what that entails by Vice. Project Rose is arresting sex workers in Arizona to save their souls. He was accused of harming sex workers. Project Rose, an operation as quotation rescue. That seems to be the end of the situation, the issue. So what's the big issue? The pros and cons of a conservatorship and how to report on medical illnesses in a responsible way. Okay, pros and cons of conservatorship. Throughout the Free Britney saga, many people have been concerned about the use of a conservatorship in Britney's specific situation. According to FamilyLawServices.com, a conservatorship is a is a form of protection. Okay, is in some instances, legal adults lose or never achieve the ability to care for themselves sufficiently. That leads those who love them to consider an adult guardianship, which is called a conservatorship. In California, this form of protection for a person with limited abilities for self-care comes with its own set of advantages and disadvantages, all of which deserve careful consideration before pursuing conservatorship for an individual in need. A conservatorship is meant for people who are no longer able to manage their own affairs. Well, she can manage her own damn affairs. What the fuck? And it provides more protection for the conservatee because of the court oversight. However, conservatorships are typically established for adults in comas, adults who have advanced Alzheimer's disease, or adults who have other serious illnesses or injuries. While an argument can be made for Brittany being placed under conservatorship back in 2008, it seems unusual that Brittany has remained in conservatorship. Right. I mean, we're 2020 now, and they've got it extended to February 2021. Remained in the conservatorship for the past 12 years of her life, with her life seeming back on track, and her mental health more stable. So we can see why fans are concerned about the alleged control over Brittany's life throughout the conservatorship. Responsibility report on mental illnesses. While it was clear that Brittany needed support back in 2007 and 2008, the way the media covered her during the time, Britney Spears, another collapse. Britney Spears accused of shoplifting wig from store. Britney bad parent. Wow, what the fuck? Britney flashes privates, gets press. She didn't flash it. The motherfucker got up close, man. She's getting out of the vehicle. If anybody remembers that fucking paparazzi shot, the motherfucker shouldn't have the camera pointed at her private area like that. Fucking creep. Was Britney's hair shaving your head to beat the NA? What the fuck? The night Brit cracked. Judge to Brit, you're too chaotic, custody denied. Jesus fuck. So they portrayed her as someone who was crazy rather than someone that needed help. Since then, mental health advocacy groups and industry professionals have made guidelines on how to responsibly report on mental health and mental illnesses. The American Psychiatric Association emphasizes using accurate language when discussing mental health. The basic concept is that mental health conditions or physical or other conditions, psychological or other conditions, is only one aspect of a person's life, not the defining characteristics. Be specific. Mental illness is a general condition. Specific disorders are types of mental illnesses and should be used whenever possible. Avoid derogatory language. Terms such as psycho, crazy, junkie should not be used. In addition, avoid words like suffering or victim when discussing those who have mental health challenges. Psychologist Dr. John Grohol also encourages writers to discuss positive outcomes of mental illnesses and focus on hope. Hope is what drives motivation to change, and without it, all the talk in the world about mental illnesses and mental health is lost. Most people who suffer from a mental health illness never seek out treatment. These are things that can change with thoughtful reporting and writing. And the person that reported on this was John M. Grohol, PSYD Psych Central or something. Final thoughts. It's easy to see why people are concerned about Britney's well-being, especially because her situation is so unusual. I've read that word 500 times and I almost screwed it up. A conservatorship is mainly used for people who are severely incapacitated. And while some may make the case that Britney was unable to manage her affairs, obviously in 2007, 2008, it's hard to explain why she still needs that kind of control. Because she's got lots of money and her family wants it, I think. But it's also important to remember that we don't know the whole story. Okay? And we may never know everything that happened. While it's good to be concerned about Britney's welfare, we have to remember that many things happened behind the scenes that we'll never understand, and that Britney's welfare must always come first. What do you think about this story? Do you think Britney is under too much control? Yes. Son of a bitch. Is that number one? Yeah, it's part one. Shit, we watched all three parts. Or we went through all three parts. Breaking down Britney's legal drama. No, no, don't want to do that. The real story of Paris Hilton. This is Paris, official something. Right. What do you think? You think that they got too much control over her? Because she just went back to court here in October, and it got extended until February 1st, 2021. So she's not incompetent enough to go on stage and produce music or make music and do shows and do guest appearances on TV shows. And she was a judge on America's Got Talent or whatever the hell it was, or The Voice, or I think it was The Voice. She's not incompetent enough to make the money to do, but everything else she's incompetent with, I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. She shouldn't be under that. And it even stated inside the legal proceedings that those who are under conservatorship are usually people who are severely unable to do shit, like coma, Alzheimer's, those types of things. So why is she still under it? I think it's because they want her money. That's my personal opinion. And you said, no hope, you will not get better. I agree. Hope will move mountains if you let it. I mean, just a little bit of hope can change a perspective on a lot of different things. I think they just want her money. That's what I think. Like government wants to own us if we give up. You could apply the same analogy to it. I mean, in the first one you watched, as it played out, it was like the father resigned from the position of being in complete control over her because it was his choice. But then it came out that it's because he shook the shit, like he shook violently shook her son. So I think that he just didn't want the lawsuit and didn't want to be charged and decided he would step back. But now that it's been a little bit of time, I think that that's why, because he's fighting to be the beneficiary again. And so is the mother, so is the sister. I don't know if the brother is, but it seems to be that her whole family is fighting over her estate. I mean, I could see if she was deceased or something, families fighting over it, maybe, greed. But the greed is coming while she's alive. They want control. They want the power. They want the money. I mean, how much money are they funneling out of it? They were like, well, every dime and penny, or penny and dime, is being closely monitored or whatnot. But I mean, I think we could go back through history and even to today and see that everybody pretty much has a price. So I mean, what if they're paying the system to just kind of look the other way? Or what if they're just slowly skimming money off the top? Like, they'll tell her the contract is for this, or this much money you're going to get from this, but really the contract is for this amount, and they're siphoning off the remaining amount that they didn't disclose. I think it's about money. I think they just want to, money will corrupt people at an extensive level. I think. I mean, greed. One of the harmfulest, deadliest sins, greed. Greed. And I think that's exactly what it is greed. I mean, but by the end of part 3, or throughout part 3 and the end of part 2, you kind of seen it's like the family's fighting over who gets control over her estate and money. Now, there's one thing I will agree with, right? Well, I mean, I don't know if I'll agree with it, but I'll say that when she did kind of glitch in 2007 and in 2008, that was kind of an iffy time. But what if those iffy times were because of everything that was happening with the control over top of her and being silenced and threatened by family members? You know, I mean, that would make anyone. If you feel helpless enough, you'll lose your mind. So what if that's the whole purpose behind it? What if they just had so much control and so much influence over her to silence her or to get what they want, and who gives a shit what she wants, that they in the end result made her, well, not made her, but it caused her to glitch and lose her mind a little teeny bit, you know? Because as her brother said, she hasn't had she hasn't had control over her life since she was 15 years old, which was when she came out with her first single. So the moment that I think that her parents seen, oh shit, dollar signs, I think that it was immediately about control after that. And they brought up a very key point of the toddlers and tiara shit. You know, none of that has anything to do with the children. It's all about the fucking mothers, I don't know, wanting to be in the spotlight. You know, like, sure, you want to dress your kid up like a princess, but I don't think that it's right that they dress their kids up like grown adults and parade them on a fucking a stage like that. That's got to be for, I mean, it can't be for them. It just can't be. I mean, maybe, I don't fucking know, but I mean, that's just my opinion. I mean, opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one. I would look nuts too trying to get out of hell. Right? I mean, you back somebody into a corner, they're going to react. Fight or flight's going to kick in, you know? What if that was the whole breakdown? What if that was the whole purpose of her having that crisis in life, was that she was just being controlled way too much? I mean, she didn't have control over her contracts, which means that her parents could sign contracts that she would have to fulfill, right? So if her parents were like, we want more money, so we're going to keep booking you for more contracts and more contracts, then they overwork her, you know, and that's going to take its toll over time, you know. I mean, we already know that Hollywood's kind of a corrupt place to begin with, you know. So if they're willing to go through all this for money, what do you think they let them do? What do you think they let these people do to her when she was a child? And just in the guise of, we're going to stay quiet because we want the money. I mean, kind of, it's a mixture between angering, heartbreaking, and confusing all in one. It's like a reality of nonsense. It's so fucked up it almost isn't believable, but you know that it happens. You know, there's been people that have come forward there have been people that have been charged for it. There have been secret tapes that have been released. I mean, so it's not like it doesn't happen. I mean, there is predatory fucking weirdos out there. And plus, if you remember, she was part of the Mickey Mouse Club, or whatever the hell you call that. You know, most of those child actors and shit, they dealt with a lot of abuse. Like there's been more than one that have come forward, so you can't say that. I mean, 5 people come forward, but the other 5 people are, you know, didn't happen to them. If it happened to the first 5, obviously it happened to the other ones, or tried to have happened to the other ones. So, I mean, she obviously dealt with a fucked up upbringing in childhood, And then you got the people that are supposed to look after you and care for you, just want your money and control over you. And then when you try to speak up about it, they put you in a mental hospital and say that you're fucking crazy. And then it came out that she was leaking or talking to people and saying that they were forcing her to be there and forcing her to be silent. And I mean, how in the ever loving hell do they allow that to go on that long? I mean, she's an adult now. Obviously, she's not incompetent. She holds interviews. She was a judge on a TV show. I don't know if she still is. She puts out albums. How? I know people with less competency that are less competent that have more. It doesn't make any sense, other than they just want her money. That's the only thing that I can assume. And again, it's an assumption. I mean, I don't know for a fact, but if you put it together and piece it, I mean, I'm pretty confident that that's what it is. I think they just want her money. They don't give a shit about her, just their money. They're fighting over her estate right now. Who's going to be the power? I thought it was power of attorney, but apparently that means something different in a legal terminology. And a conservator is someone that has complete and utter control over everything you do, which means she's not allowed to drive. She's not allowed to buy a coffee without express consent to do so. Anytime she tries to speak up, she's given a gag order. She's told to hush or threatened or whatever. There was an affidavit that they showed on the screen where she said that when she tried to come forward about this a while ago, that they threatened to take her kids away from her if she didn't basically shut the fuck up. So they're just intimidating her into staying silent for the purposes of getting rich off of her. $3 million this year is what one of those people made. The brother got I don't remember how many millions, but it was a good chunk of millions apartment. The mother got an estate worth millions. I don't fucking understand. But there is one plus from it all, and that plus from it all is that the ACLU got involved. I was happy when I seen that on the one of the comments where they added whoever to help the movement that they're doing for her, and they said that we're willing to help in any way that we can. We support her, and we're going to stand up for her, kind of thing. That's a plus. I don't know. It's a heavy weight, in her favor. And if it is proven that they were negligent and just to control her, or they did violate her, I think that they should be prosecuted to the full extent, because they basically took her childhood, they took her a good portion of her adult life. Hey, I mean, horrible. Reporters say following the money a lot. Yes. Well, right. I mean, how does someone just get away with stealing someone's? I mean, it's got to be a form of torture. It has to be a form of torture. constant supervision. In video one, it said that her phone calls were being monitored, text messages were being monitored. What else? Everything was being monitored. Every purchase that she made was being monitored. Everything she did was being monitored. Her drivers and whatnot were reporting back to her handlers, whatever you want to put it. So that's fucking horrible. And I think my personal opinion is that them motherfuckers need to pay for that. I mean, you basically took someone's childhood, right? She wasn't allowed to be a child. So from 15, from her first album, they seen the dollar signs and just put her to work, like pimping out a damn child. And it got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse as it went. All things like jail. And anytime and that's how they knew when to give her shit and threaten her and take something away from her, is because they were monitoring everything she was doing. So when she would speak to somebody for help, they would silence her or put her in a mental institution, which they did multiple damn times. From what I gathered with what was in the first and second video, and a little bit in the third video, it bounced back and forth. But anytime that, what was the word that they used? The father was realizing that he was losing control over her, so he threatened to take her kids away if she didn't comply or didn't shut up, kind of thing. That is fucking stupid. I mean, absolutely nuts. I mean, that's just my opinion. Yes, shut up or no kids, right? And she said that when she was in the mental hospital, when they admitted her, whatever the word is, when they sent her there to shut her up, she got a message out through the lawyer or a lawyer that, I don't know, they tried to discredit that lawyer, and they kind of voted him out. When he went to the courtroom, they had him removed from the courtroom because it wasn't a lawyer that was approved by the beneficiary or whatever the fuck you want to call it. She was telling them that, or she told that lawyer that they're making her take medication that she doesn't need. She doesn't want it. So they were forcing her to take sedatives. Hey, you know what it kind of reminds me of? It reminds me of the CIA's program, MK Ultra. If you haven't looked that up, it's a real thing. It happened in Canada. The United States took on a contract with Canada through the Central Intelligence Agency to our mental hospitals, where they shot the mental patients up full of LSD and shit, and used electroshock therapy to erase memories and put memories in as an experiment to see if they could control the mind. I mean, it's essentially the same thing. So when she starts to fall off the rails and she starts to slip away from their control, they send her to a mental institution to dope her ass up and drug her up to the point where she doesn't even know who the hell she is anymore, where she almost looks fucking crazy because they've drugged her up so damn much. You know, I mean, it's similar circumstances, not allowed to leave, forced medication. I mean, those are the exact things that birth someone to kill somebody. I mean, I don't want to make excuses for murderers or nothing, but I mean, at what point does someone snap out and say, "Fuck, man, the only way that I'm going to get away from this person is if I just put a fucking bullet in their head"? At what point does it get to that? You know, because some people they go there, right? Battered women, same concept. A woman that's dealt with enough abuse to fucking kill a horse. You know, she ends up killing her husband because she just can't take it no more. It's the same concept, you know. Hey, Skunk, welcome. Max, you're gonna knock that over, bro. Max, what are you doing over there, bro? Go. Every time you do that, you shake the place. Army men too? Is that what that says? Army men? You mean like under PTSD, right? PTSD is a motherfucker. When you have a flashback or something like that, along those lines, you're no longer in the reality that you were in 2 seconds prior. It's like you're right back at that exact moment. So if someone's trying to kill your ass and you have a flashback, in that moment, your best friend could be the person that's trying to kill you, and you wind up snapping his fucking neck. And then once you calm down, you realize it was just a flashback. You're just like, whoa, what the fuck? You know? I mean, mental health is not a joke under any circumstances. It doesn't mean that people can't live normal, happy, healthy lives well with mental health illnesses, but it just means that they've got to have a good support system and enough hope, you know, something to give them that extra bump of a reason and the encouragement, the positive encouragement to move forward with help. But to abandon and shut out is, I mean, that's, I don't know. And that happens a lot in life, you know. Parents do it, wives do it, sisters, brothers, friends, you know. It's like if they can't handle it, they just fucking, you know. But it says a lot about a person, right? That's what Skunk Water's all about. Well, rock on. Yeah, but the only way that someone is gonna get better with a mental health condition of any sort is, one, good support, two, some positive shit in their life, three, hope to get better, and I would say four would be a mental health plan or a strategy to plan ahead, something to look forward to keep their mind on track. And some of the smartest people I've ever fucking encountered and met in my life can't grasp that. Like they can't grasp that. I don't know if it's because they don't know if they don't have to, I don't know, they don't deal with it, or they do deal with it, but they deal with it a different way, and they think that the way they deal with it is the way other people deal with it or should deal with it. But each case is different, and each case has to be handled differently, and each person handles it differently, interprets it differently, and gets better differently. Each person, each case is different. There's no case, no person that is identical. Two people could have the same life, the same trauma, the same traumatic events, the same everything. Everything can be exactly to the letter identical, but they both react differently because we're people, and we deal with things differently. We're not all the same. Our conditions may be the same, but how we how we perceive it and how we look at it can differ from a little bit to a lot. How we handle it can go from a little to a lot in difference wise. You know, we all deal with things differently. I mean, that's just my opinion, but it's an opinion based on you know, seeing what I've seen, or like I don't know. I mean, I've got my own brand of issues, and I've never once denied it. You know, and I've met other people with issues, right? Some of similar issues, and they deal with it much differently. I deal with it much differently. You may deal with your issues differently. Not one case is identical. It's what I don't understand about textbooks that teach people about psychology. I mean, those are all cases that people have experienced prior, but everybody deals with things differently. But they judge by, well, it must be this, or you must do it this way, and it seems to be all black and white to people, but it's not. There is gray areas. Like going to 1 to 100. What do you mean going 1 to 100? Like going to 1 to 100. I think that's supposed to be like going from 1 to 100. Like emotion. Like going from 0 to 100 real quick. I've done that before, but usually something has to incapacitate my mind. Like alcohol, if I drink a lot of alcohol, people are like, "Hey man, that's a fucking excuse." No, it's genuinely not a fucking excuse. I mean, some people, especially people with mental health issues, or people with a problem like that, I mean, they end on medication, should not drink, right? And I mean, if you drink a lot on those, it will create its own psychosis. So when I drink a shit ton, I mean, I can go from 0 to 100 quickly over the stupidest shit, and then I just turn into a dickhead, right? To like calm down, sober up, and I'm like, fuck, all right, yep, I'm a dickhead, you know. And then if I drink again, I'll do it again, right? I guess the problem lies with, if I know that I act like that when I drink, then I shouldn't drink. But sometimes it's harder not to drink. I don't know. Maybe it's an addiction problem. I don't know. I mean, that could be a portion. But I find alcohol makes me do that. I mean, I'm fine the first night. Second night, I get iffy. Third night, I get fucking spun out. And the longer I drink, the more it's like my brain deteriorates, right? But alcohol is bad for me in a lot of different ways, especially considering like I'm on medication that you're not supposed to mix with alcohol. It will create its own set of side effects in its own realm of malarkey. Yeah. But I mean, that's why I try not to drink, you know. The only time I really hard drink, like really drink a lot, is if I feel like I'm gonna lose my mind. It seems like a stupid way, but if I drink, my brain will focus on something else to sit there and focus on and drive me nuts than allowing myself to completely lose my mind slowly. It'll just get that little bit of a snap out, and then boom, I'll come back to normal a little teeny bit rather. Some people are okay. Some people go nuts. I would say like for me when I drink, I'm like a big teddy bear at first, right? But it doesn't take much to set my ass off once, you know what I mean? How do I describe it? It's So I can sit and I can have some drinks with some buddies. I can chill. Everything's good. Shoot the shit. Laugh, joke, have a good time. But the moment something of meaning gets compromised, it's like the devil comes out and says, "Fuck this shit." And I think that's why I really don't drink that much. It's why I quit drinking. I was sober for the longest time, until this year, or the beginning of this year ish, is when I fell off the fucking wagon. Like I fell right the fuck off that wagon. I mean, that wagon's wheels broke and was dragging on its own axle. And I said, fuck it, I'm jumping off. But I was sober for a long time. And I was doing pretty damn good. I mean, obviously, I've got my own fucking issues and shit to be miserable about. But yeah. And then once I fell off the wagon and started drinking again, it's like I felt like I had absolutely no reason or no purpose, or I don't know. I lost hope in life, I think, or however you put it. And I was off work, you know. I was still doing a little bit of tattoos here and there. I had the other two guys doing most of the tattoos, but I wasn't working in construction at that time. So I think that psychologically I went into like a give up state where I became depressed, or I don't know, like you know what I'm saying? Yeah, lost hope, but I that losing that hope was there was more to it. I gave up, right? I gave up. I just said fuck it, you know, and that in return created like a sadness in my heart, in a way where I became a little bit depressed, and I didn't have much to focus my brain on. And then you add alcohol to that, and it creates a total separate realm of bullshit. Yeah, but I mean, now I'm back to work. I mean, I've got the rest of this week and weekend off, but commonly lately now I've been working throughout the whole week. Usually Monday to Friday, sometimes on call on weekend if there's like a person that needs like a plumbing job, or I don't know, something quick that needs to be done. Toilet gets clogged, or their sink gets clogged, or they got a leak, or whatever the hell the problem is. And I feel 10 times better. I think it's because I now have something to occupy my brain, to help my brain from sitting and dwelling on shit from my past, or anything like that. So I've got something to occupy myself, which is giving me a purpose. And then with that purpose comes more of an understanding to be a bit better at things, which takes about 95% of that depression feeling away, right? Because I'm doing something, I'm active, I've got my mind occupied, I have a purpose in a sense, and that in and of itself will help a person with their mental health issues. I mean, I feel I feel like since I've been back to work, I've been feeling normal. Does that make sense? I mean, I don't know what normal is, but if I had to describe it in just a few words, it would normal as in the fact that I have a purpose. I've got something to do, something to keep my mind occupied. I wake up in better moods. I fall asleep better. I'm able to. I'm calmer. I'm like 1,000 times calmer. Um, like I used to get like stupidly frustrated at things and just laugh at it because I was so angry. Um, but I think that I'm a lot calmer now that I feel that I have that purpose. Um, and I think that throughout my life has been a regular thing, is that I have to feel like I have a purpose. If I don't feel like I have a purpose, then I feel like I'm just wasting time. And I think that that's been a big portion in my life that has created a lot of problems, because I start gravitating to things that I feel like I can have a purpose in. And sometimes it's not a welcome, or it's not perceived the right way. But I've always wanted to have a purpose, right? So even before, when I was working in construction, that purpose made me feel good, which is why I said yes to going back to work when my family called and asked. Was because around that time there was just a lot of fuckery going on, and I wasn't feeling mentally okay. And I thought, fuck it. I mean, it's helped me before. I'm pretty confident that it can help me now, and that's exactly what it did. It gave me that purpose that I needed to put my mind at ease, I guess. I think we all need a purpose in life. We need something that to make us, I don't know, whole, feel not so shut out or closed off. Um, Plus, it's a rush when you're sitting on like a fucking 3-4 story building putting a roof on, right? You forgot your harness, and you're sitting there with your kicks trying to put the damn roof on. One small fucking step for man, and man don't make it back. Gives you that sense of an accomplishment too when you fix something, or when you got a customer that their dream kitchen, they've been dreaming about it for flipping years, and they finally got the money to get it done, and you're able to give them that and put that smile on their face, and you can almost feel their emotion when they're excited to see it. I mean, that does a whole different set of things for a person when you could be a part of the reason why someone is a bit happier. I mean, it's just those little things in life. I think that I think that at one point in time I thought I didn't take them for granted, but I think I was actually taking them for granted. Does that make sense? Like, I think that for a portion of 2019 and a portion of 2020, because it was a little bit into 2019 when I stopped working with my family and focused morely on tattooing and just chilling. And then throughout 2020 a little bit, and then I finally am back to it. But throughout that time, I think that I had lost a chunk of me. And I thought that I thought that I was paying attention to the little things. And in some cases, I think I was. And the little things were important. And I think that I didn't take some of them for granted, but the things that truly, truly, truly had meaning, I think I let them slide, or I didn't pay close enough attention, and I think I might have taken those for a little bit of granted, and while thinking that I wasn't, right? If I don't know if I'm explaining that right. I hope you understand what I'm saying, so it just doesn't sound like a bunch of gibberish. I think to sum it up is for about a year-ish, maybe a little less than a year, I thought that I wasn't taking shit for granted, but I think that was a delusion that I told myself to, I don't know, make myself feel better. I think because once I was able to to get to how I'm feeling now, I started to realize, fuck, man, I wasn't, I wasn't, I mean, I wasn't, I took a lot of shit for granted in that short amount of time, you know, without, I mean, without the intention of doing it, because psychologically, I thought in my brain, you know, like just tiny little stupid shit that most people just push aside, that I commonly throughout my life have always focused on, I stopped focusing on. I stopped enjoying things or understanding why I enjoyed them. And then once I started to notice them again, I started to realize, well, fuck, man, I took a lot of shit for granted in a short period of time. But everything happens to us for a reason, right? I mean, it's nothing is just, there's no such thing as coincidence. There's a path. And sometimes we follow that path, and sometimes we make our own path. And I don't know which part I fell on in those times, but looking back, and it wasn't even that long ago. I mean, I don't recognize that person much. I don't know. I think I became, I don't know. There's a word I'm looking for, and I cannot think of what the hell the word is. I want to say complacent, but that doesn't fall into it. I became unaware. I think for a little bit of a time, I became unaware of a lot of things, which made me vulnerable, for one, because my interpretation of things were slightly diluted. And I think that I told myself a lot of shit that didn't make much sense. Subconsciously, maybe, with the intentions of not doing that. But sometimes we can tell ourselves something or to do something a billion times and still end up not doing it, or vice versa. Tell ourselves not to do something and still wind up doing it because we've worn our brain out from telling ourselves it, or we've lost track of the fabrics that hold it together, and I don't know, became not caring of certain things, you know. Like world was going nuts, sitting home, COVID in home times. So what, they made it public in December of 2019, November, December. Roughly a few months prior to that is when I stopped working. And I did it because I don't know. My brain wasn't working right. I felt a miss. And then the COVID shit happened, and then that just kind of finalized me kind of staying home and just being on the internet. And then it's kind of weird because what kept me here is also what brought me back to it in a weird way, because when they come up with all this shit where shit was getting locked down and whatnot, people were getting paranoid, and the people that my family had working for them just up and quit. They're like, we're not doing this, it's too much of a risk, kind of thing. And then I got offered my position back because he didn't have anybody to do it. So I was like, well, okay. It was supposed to only be part-time. But then once I got back through part-time, it wasn't even part-time coming back. It was like days. I did the first week full-time, and then I was like, and I was sore. when I started to get back out, my whole body was just stiff. And I found, okay, I feel a little bit better. I'm falling asleep again. Things are starting to feel like they're normalish again. So then I said, screw it. Okay, we'll do it another week. And then that was like 2 months ago almost, or a month and a half, or 2 months. I don't know how long ago. It's a while ago, a little while ago. And I mean, it's become more of a permanent thing again, because I found that the more that I was going to work and feeling like I was doing something that had purpose, I was feeling better. I hope that makes sense. But I found that given the purpose that I was feeling, I had to stay, right? I mean, I don't have to stay working. Nobody has to do anything they don't want to do, but for my own brain, I think that it helps me to have that sense of purpose of having my job where I go, I create shit, I make shit, I fix things. You know, there's nothing like being like I can build just about anything with my hands, and I put those skills to use every day that I work. I fix things for people. I make things. I put additions on people's houses. I build garages. I demolish garages. I do roofing, plumbing, painting, drywall, insulation, landscaping. In the wintertime, snow removal. So these are all skills that I enjoy. I enjoy doing these things. And to be able to do it, I think to have that purpose back, I think that just for a quick spell in my life, for a little bit in 2019 and 2020, I think that I needed to get lost to find myself. Does that make sense? I hope that doesn't sound completely insane, but it's the only thing that I can think of. I think I needed to lose myself to find myself. I think that I had taken everything for granted so much that, and with the intention, and the intent, and the in my brain thinking that I wasn't taking shit for granted, and that I had it all figured out, when it couldn't have been more further from that. I think I needed to lose myself to find myself and say, hey, listen, this is what you should be doing, you know? And I think it sounds stupid. I mean, just thinking about it sounds stupid, but because I mean, who the hell would want to lose themselves just to find themselves? But it worked. It very much so worked. And I took a lot of shit for granted in that time period, right? And I lost myself. I became, I don't know, saddened at everything, kind of depressed, not doing anything, right? And so that was me losing myself, and then getting back to work, having that purpose again, allowed me to find myself again. So that's why I think that I had to lose myself to find myself. And I know that sounds stupid. I really do. Sometimes you gotta, I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's probably better words to use, but the only thing that comes to mind is I think I had to lose myself to find myself. Because everything was fine, right? And then a little bit into 2019 to a little bit into 2020, I lost myself, took a whole bunch of shit for granted, gave up on a lot of shit, just said, fuck this shit. And then I found myself again. And then when I found myself again, I was like, fuck, okay, I get it. I needed to fall to get back up. I needed to, and fuck, alcohol doesn't help. Turns you into a piece of shit dickhead. But hey, Southern, like starting new. No, I just picked up where I left off. But okay, yeah, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. I think I get what you mean. Technically, when I took my job back working in construction with my family, I just picked up where I left off. So I don't know. 'Cause I mean, it's technically where I left off. Like when I left my family's business, and then now coming back to it. I mean, I've got the same position back. I get my own job sites, my own people that work with me. I mean, technically they work under me, but they work with me. They put in just as much damn work as I do. They hard workers, good hard workers, and definitely a hell of a lot more qualified for it than I could ever be. I mean, I'm good at shit, but they're good at the business side of it. I'm just good at making and building shit and fixing shit. But yeah, it's the only way that I can explain it. I think I had to lose myself to find myself. Pissed a lot of people off in between that. Yeah. I don't know. How are you, Southern? Haven't seen you in a little while. I haven't really been online in a little while, but I haven't seen you in a while. Doing okay, thanks. Well, that's good. That's good, good, good. I'll be right back in like a minute and a half or so. I'm going to go quickly top up my coffee and use the facilities. Tank, I have a question. Okay, I'll wait. What's your question? If you're going to ask why it burns when you pee, I don't know. I can't answer that. It's a joke. It's a joke. Oh, fuck. Whatever happened to Foxtrot? She was, okay. So she came back to YouTube as Delta Force. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because she was on my stream a little while ago and outed herself as Delta Force. So she was Delta Force for a little bit, and now she just kind of, I don't know, does her own thing. She's like a firefighter now. Yeah, she's doing pretty good. Her working with some paranormal stuff, doing some good things. Her. Give me a minute and a half to 2 minutes. I'm just gonna go quickly make a coffee or top up my coffee, and run downstairs and take a piss real quick. There we go. Okay. And we're back. Right. I think I closed that tab, and I didn't want to close that tab. Crappy. Okay. What in the hell is going on here, man? It was here, then it was gone. Uh, what the hell happened? Um, I think I closed the tab that I wanted to keep open when I got up and I set the mouse down. That sucks. Tank, I met you on Foxtrot stream. Yeah, like a year or two ago, or more than a year. Was it 2018, 17, 2018? A while ago. Um, there's a lot of people that I met in her stream. A lot of good people. You being one of them. I miss her. I miss her morning newscasts. Um, God, I miss those. Was hoping that she would continue them, but I guess moving on to bigger and better things, right? She was good at them too, like really damn good. She'd have everything lined up and ready to go. I'd have the links lined up, ready to go, ready to post. We worked pretty damn good together. Um, it was good shit. hope better. Yeah, I mean, she was good at her news broadcasts, I'll tell you that much. It didn't take her long to figure out the programs. Um, she'd have like in every story that she would cover, she would have videos, articles, everything to back up the story. You know, it wasn't like a mainstream media source where they're like, "This is what happened, just believe us." She would show you everything, right? So she'd be like, "This is what happened. This is this. This is this. This is this. This is this." And if rights were violated, she would show where the rights were violated, how they were violated, what you could do to avoid that from happening, or take legal action to help. I don't know, prevent it from happening, kind of thing. Um, she ran a good show, and I'm very lucky and grateful to have been a part of it. Definitely taught me a thing or two. Just when you think you know everything. No, she ran a good show though. She was Foxtrot Tango News, and then there was Foxtrot Tango Nation. Yeah, she is awesome, and she's a vet, right? So that's a plus. I mean, trolls would try to discredit her, or I don't know, try to tear her down, but she seemed to rise above it all, and had all of her documentation to prove, you know. I mean, the stupidest thing is she had one troll that came in and was like, "You're not a vet. You're just claiming to be a vet," and she like rolls the camera over, and she's got like presidential medals in her name presented to her. She's got all of her uniforms and stuff, certificates. I mean, I mean, it was phenomenal. That troll never said another word. I think they came in on a different name though, and tried to say something a couple times. But she had all of her documentation. She had all her ducks in a row, that's for sure. Which is one of the things that I respected about her, is she had all that, you know. So it didn't matter what people tried to discredit her on. She'd show them up quick, fast, and in a hurry. And to me, that's awesome. And she didn't let the shit get her down either. Didn't let nothing really take like it's 100%. I mean, she'd get frustrated with shit, but I mean, as with anybody, right? But she wouldn't allow it to affect a lot of things. Truly a good person. Plus, her name was cool too, and her logo. Foxtrot Tango News, and she had that cool custom logo. I remember watching her make that logo, and I mean, because she went, if you remember correctly, she had the other logo where it was just FTN or something along those lines. It was just a basic 2D logo, and then she went with like a more like not respectable. What's the word I'm looking for? A more sophisticated logo. It was pretty cool. She had the established in this year or whatever kind of thing. I was there for a while. I mean, when I first come across her, she had like no subscribers. Then she went like over 1,000. I mean, she did an awesome morning show. God, I miss that morning coffee and listening to all the different newses from everywhere, and helping out with it. That was amazing, you know. With the press vest, yeah, right. She had the press vest. It was what was it? It was a bulletproof. She had a bulletproof vest with a press pad, like a press thing across it, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I miss spending the mornings with her, man. And she'd have the two streams, if you remember. She'd have the two streams where she would do the news, and then she'd come back after that was done to come back and shoot the shit. We'd usually talk on the phone before we would before we would start that thing. Like before she would start her show, we would talk on the phone for a little bit. You know, where's it heading? You know, what do we got? This is kind of what we're doing, kind of thing. And yeah, there's definitely a personal aspect to it that I enjoyed. It was pretty cool. Yeah, I kind of miss her. I mean, she's still around, but mostly on like Facebook and shit. Yeah, I kind of wish that she was still doing her morning shows though. Definitely fun. Max, stop pushing on that thing, bro. Does anyone else see things in their dreams and then later on see the exact same thing in real life? That's deep. That's a nice walk down memory lane. It is. I mean, it was a simpler time, right? I mean, there was a lot of shit simpler back then. I still had my main channel, Tank Boy, which was a hell of a lot larger than this channel. I mean, there's a lot of things that were different back then. Had some fun. I know that much. Um, it was fun, and it was, I don't know, when she did her shows and whatnot. It was the best. It was the best part of my morning. Max, go. No, not you, cat. The dog. He keeps fucking moving and hitting that finger. Hey, Blue. Welcome back. She dealt with a lot of shit too. I mean, she was discriminated against from Starbucks. Lost her job. I mean, she come home from overseas. She gets a job. She gets a service dog. They say that it's okay. Then they let her go because of the service dog. Then that puts her behind. And then with her being behind, it caused her almost to lose her place. But people rised up and helped her out, get her back on her feet. and then she did like odd jobs and whatnot to help out with herself as well. And then things started to look up for her, and then fucking some jerk off smokes her, like just destroys her poor truck, which that cost money. Yeah, I mean, bad shit happens to good people all the time for some fucking stupid reason. I'm here 12 hours and counting. What? I'm here 12 hours and counting? I don't get it. I haven't been live for 12 hours. Or what? Last I heard, she was fired. Yeah. Well, shit got a lot worse for her after that. She got fired because of her service dog after they said that it was fine. They tried to make up other excuses, but I mean, whatever. And then what else? And she almost lost her place because of it in her vehicles. Then finally, things start looking up, and she starts getting back on her feet. And then some jerk off driver totals her truck, where she wasn't even at fault in it. The driver was fault. Totaled that beautiful truck. I mean, that was a beautiful truck. Totaled it. And then after that, she got the new truck. Then something went wrong with the new truck, and she had to fork out a bunch of money to get that back working. And then, she went from doing amazing to doing horribly, to doing a little bit amazing to doing horribly, and now I think she's back on track now. I mean, she's doing pretty good. It was a nice try. I know. The lights too, man. Do you remember the lights? That thing was decked out. Like that truck was decked out. That was a beautiful truck. She's like, "Hey, Tank, you want to see the lights?" What? She turns them on. They start flickering like cop lights. Because she was a volunteer firefighter back then, if you remember. And then she got a job working, I believe now, as a firefighter, firefighter, and on this, like, kind of on her free time, she does this paranormal stuff, which is pretty cool. Yeah. So glad to hear that she's okay. Yeah, I mean, I think she's okay. I think she's a lot better than she was. Blue says, "Jesus, I'm at work." Oh, shit! I've been live. You've been up. You went to sleep and you went to work while I'm still live. Gotta love days off. Yeah, man. Foxtrot definitely one of those people with a massive heart and more integrity in a fingernail clipping than most people have in their whole body. She is a solid girl, her. That's just my opinion. I'm sure everybody's got their own opinion. Another thing I enjoyed about her is she had no problem going. She was tough. Later, Tank. For now and all. Later, Jody Love. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. You've chilled for a while and whatnot. I appreciate that. It means a lot. You're welcome anytime. I had to ask. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, she's pretty decent woman. Or kind, big-hearted, tough, and honest. I mean, definitely a good person. I think I was in one of I think when I found her, it was one of her first streams. When there was no designation or destination rather for the channel, and then she came up with this amazing idea to do morning newscasts, which was just awesome. I mean, I look forward to it. You get up in the morning, get your cup of coffee ready. I mean, I didn't really do much. I just posted links, right? Or if she asked me to post something, I would post it for her, you know. Yeah, she fucking. I learned a lot from her. Wanted to ask 3 weeks ago. Yes, thanks for being around. Yeah, well, I got the rest of this week off and the weekend, so I guess I'm around. I mean, I got a bunch of shit I got to do around the house, but I figured I'd go live last night and or live, like the live I started right now that I'm on, just to see how people were doing, because I was gonna go live last weekend, but we had to do another job, and which is why I got the rest of this week off. Because we did those jobs that weekend because the customer was, I don't know, I guess the customer, when it starts to get cold out, they go on vacation, and they didn't want anybody on their property when they weren't there, so we had to quickly finish that job then, because they were leaving this week to go on vacation. So I had to work last weekend, which is why I've got the rest of this week and the weekend off. So it worked out, I think. Yeah. I have a mind like a trap. Once it gets in, nothing gets out. What the hell? Mouse trap. It's like a hungry hippo shit. Too much. That's funny. What's that old saying? A mind is a terrible thing to waste. I think that's how that goes. Anything new and exciting in your life? You laughed. Right. I laughed. World Health Organization. Now I feel safe to come to the hospital. New mother Sophie, 31, from Accra. Around the world, who is supporting the restoration of health services that were disrupted due to C-19, including at this hospital for and in, what does that say? Gehenna? Gehenna? What the hell? Oh, wow. A woman had a pet snake that she loved very much. The snake was about 7 feet long, and one day it just stopped eating. After several weeks of trying everything, now I have to click it to see more. After the woman had a snake stopped eating several weeks. After trying everything, the lady still couldn't get the snake to eat. The woman took the snake to the vet and explained her situation. The vet replies, I see. Has your snake been sleeping with you at night or snuggling real close and stretching himself out? The woman said, yes, every day, and it makes me so sad that I can't help him feel better. The vet says to the lady, ma'am, your snake is not sick. It has been preparing to eat you. it has been preparing to eat you. He's been sizing you up every day so he knows how big he has to be. He's not eating, so he has enough room to digest you. Moral of the story, recognize the snakes around you. Just because they seem close to you doesn't mean their intentions. Doesn't mean their intentions aren't to devour you. Fuck, that's awesome. God, that's awesome. I really like that. That is so cool. Totals in Montgomery County. Louder for the people in the back. Totals in Montgomery County. Total cases 11,307. Recovered dash. Deaths 162. 600K people, 11,000 cases, only 162 deaths in Montgomery County. Why is there fear? This is incredible. This is what it's. What's that say? This is what is newsworthy. Live freely. Start going. Where the hell was it? Going to the store without a mask, the movies, the park, the mall. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Stop letting the media tell you that this is dangerous. Say no the next employee who works at a business and tells you to put on a mask. Hashtag stand up for your oath. Let's hashtag take our country back. 600K people, 11K cases, 162 deaths. Fuck. Makes sense. Proportionally blown out. That's insane. Americans refuse to use the metric system just because we have AM and PM, because we don't feel like counting to 24. We hold a World Series with only American teams. We write our dates out in order just to fuck with people from other countries. And the last time someone tried to take our guns, we shot at them for 8 years straight. Americans aren't exactly known for their compliance. That's awesome. Watch, we love this. A Pittsburgh area teacher is trying to spread some positivity in the classroom while encouraging the students to stay safe. I put my mask on, check my space. Kids, how you feeling? Feeling good and safe. What the fuck? No masks for us. We are not sheeple. We will not comply. There was a lady. I went to the corner store to get a pack of cigarettes. And there was a lady in there, and she's she's got her mask on, but it's like wrapped around her chin, and she gets like super irritated and hostile. She's like, "It's the law. You need to wear your mask." I'm like, "Lady, you're not wearing your mask." She's like, "Yes, I am." I'm like, "Yeah, but it's not covering the spots that it's supposed to be covering. So practice what you preach." And yeah, and then I educated her on that it's not the law, it's policy, and policy is not law. Policy is a corporation that says, "Hey, this is how it's supposed to go," but it doesn't mean that it is allowed to infringe on your constitutional rights or Charter of Rights or Bill of Rights. Freedom of expression, you know. You want to wear your mask, you go right ahead. That's your freedom of expression. But if I choose not to, then don't fucking hassle me. If you paint your house white and I don't like the color white, I'm not going to pick it on your front lawn because it's your choice. Essentially. What the hell? What's that say? Kiss the rain, your mahuma, or something? Dark what now? High school principal was fired last year after he told a student's mother he can say. A high school principal was fired last year after he told a student's mother he can't say the Holocaust is a factual historical event and said not everyone believes the Holocaust happened, but now he may get his job back along with $152,000 in back pay. What the How? Are you reading from chat? No, I'm reading from Facebook. I was just scrolling through, and I was reading things that are on Facebook. I don't know why, but apparently a teacher told a student's mother that the Holocaust wasn't real, and he got fired, and now he's going to get $152,000 back pay and get his job back. I don't know what to say about that. Interesting. That's a funny name. Have you met our... Okay. Cool. Met our team. You got a photo with us. Share your photo below. We'll add it to our website. Predator police chief caught meeting little boys. What the fuck? The world's quietest room is at Orfield Labs in Minneapolis. The chamber is so quiet you can hear your own organs, and after 30 minutes you begin to hallucinate. The longest anyone has ever lasted is 45 minutes. Deaf people, are you challenging me? Jesus Christ. It's funny. Hey, Known Justice, listen to this. It says the world's quietest room is at Orfield Labs in Minneapolis. The chamber is so quiet you can hear your own organs. And after 30 minutes, you begin to hallucinate. The longest anyone has lasted inside is 45 minutes. And then at the bottom, it's got Shaggy or whatever his name from Scooby-Doo kind of doing a weird stance. And it's like, deaf people, are you challenging me? Oh, that's awesome. That's funny. People may think that's insensitive, but that's funny. Oh my God. You're challenging me? Oh my God. That's a cool one. I like that one. What's this say? Michigan attorney says, burn your masks and forget COVID emergency orders after state supreme what? States, okay. Michigan attorney says, burn your masks and forget COVID emergency orders after state Supreme Court decision. Friday afternoon, as most people were logging off for the weekend, the Michigan Supreme Court issued a ruling that many of Governor Gretchen Whitmer's emergency orders regarding COVID safety are not legal. The stunning ruling said she illegally drew authority from a 1945 law that doesn't apply. One aspect the court pointed out was the redeclaring state of emergency in what has been a string of orders from Wintermeyer, whatever. The state of emergency is meant to last 28 days. Michigan attorney says, burn your masks, follow MI Supreme Court ruling, says Governor Gretchen, out of opinions to appeal. Michigan attorney Katharina Henry said at 4:35 p.m. on Friday, when the state Supreme Court ruled Governor executive orders were unconstitutional. All of her orders issued since the end of April are over. The governor does not possess the authority to exercise emergency powers under the Emergency Powers of the Governor Act of 1945. The EPGA MCL 10.31 ET SEQ ... because that act is an unlawful declaration of legislative power to the executive branch in violation of the Michigan Constitution, according to the executive order issued by the governor in response to the COVID pandemic now lack any basis under Michigan law. Attorney Katharina Henry has argued against the governor's order in court for the past 6 months, saying Whitmer, whatever the hell, had no grounds to continue extending her state of emergency every 28 days. The Michigan Supreme Court ruled two different ways on Friday. One rendered an unanimous 7-0 opinion, and the other was a narrow 4-3 opinion. Specifically, they said she has no authority on a 7-0 opinion. Authority issues these exclusive or executive orders according to the Emergency Management Act of 1976. That was the first part of what? That was the first part, and that was the part that was unanimous, that she has zero authority to do this, Henry said. However, the governor issued a press release, said the ruling was 4-3. Henry explained the court actually answered 2 questions. The second question was whether the Emergency Powers of the Government Act violated the state constitution, namely, I think it's supposed to be mainly, separation of power clause, Article 3, Section 2. She said what the court said in a 4-3 opinion in that regard was that yes, the Emergency Power of the Governor Act of 1945 is entirely unconstitutional. The governor has no way to rely on that act on our benefit or on our behalf. The ruling means the Republican-controlled Michigan House and Senate will have to say in the COVID orders. Henry said the governor and the office took liberties, the state law, too far when she continued to extend the emergency orders. The governor has had some very creative reading skills when it comes to our state laws in Michigan and the Constitution. The 7-1 or 7-0 ruling specifically said that the legislator has to be involved after 28 days, according to the 1976 Emergency Management Act. They did give that first extension on April 7th when they voted to give her another 23 days after April 30th. The only way they could continue is if the legislator voted to extend the state of emergency yet again, which they did not. So the court, in a 7-0 decision, said very clearly the governor had to get the approval of the legislator to go beyond that initial 28 days, Henry said. On Monday, Governor, that chick's name, said more than 800,000 people could lose unemployment benefits if the ruling goes into effect. What the fuck? The governor has said the new order doesn't go into effect for at least 3 weeks. It is important to note that the ruling does not take effect for at least 21 days. Until then, my emergency declaration and orders retain the force of law. What the fuck? She said. Fourthmore, after 21 days, many of the responsive measures I have put in place to control the spread of this virus, will continue under alternative sources. Now it says sources of authority that were not at issue in today's ruling. The governor said on Friday. Henry said, or Herney said, not true. Said that's not true. She said it means we could ignore all mask mandates, social distancing, and more, effective on Friday at 4:35 p.m. That means burn your masks right now. If you don't already, open your gym and movie theaters and open whatever business you have. Go on and frequent whatever business you would like to go to. If you have church, that's limited. your services because of how you're reading the EOS. Okay, EOS. Forget that. All of those exclusive or executive orders based on COVID circumstances from 2020, they're out, they're gone, they're done, Henry said. Additionally, Henry said there are nothing in place regarding any of the executive or exclusive or whatever the hell that is, sculptory or whatever, orders from Whitmer, and that the governor's office has not yet filed a rehearing. She also said the governors can't appeal the ruling to a higher court because the only court higher than the state Supreme Court is the U.S. Supreme Court, which does not have jurisdiction over state law or state constitution. Our United States Supreme Court doesn't have jurisdiction to hear those kinds of cases. They can only answer issues about if our state law or our state constitution violated the federal law or federal constitution. So the higher the court, so the highest court in the land that can answer these questions has spoken. The decision has been rendered. It's there as of Friday at 4:35 p.m. So she can try and whine and complain all she wants. She's not going to get anywhere, Henry said. This weekend, Oakland County issued an order that residents wear a mask in all public places. Henry vowed that she would be one of the first attorneys lining up to stop that as well. Henry spoke to Fox 2 on Sunday edition of Let It Rip. You can watch Let It Rip every Thursday night at 10:30 p.m. and the weekend version Sunday at 8:30 p.m. Damn. That's crazy. So I wonder how far that'll go. Morning. Where you been hiding, Tank? I haven't been hiding. I've been working though, so that's a plus. Does anybody here live in Michigan? Apparently, there's no mask orders or anything. That your Supreme Court thing. Okay, Michigan attorney says burn your masks and forget COVID emergency orders after state Supreme Court decision. I'm just curious to know if anybody lives in Michigan. I can't even fucking speak. Michigan. Michigan. That's crazy. It says that the what was it? The stunning ruling, she said, illegal drew attorney from being string of orders from state of emergency. Governor. The governor. Holy shit. The Michigan governor acted illegally in making that order because something to do with 28 days, and they had to go in front of someone else to get that, but she just took power that I don't fucking. I mean, I just read it, and that's kind of what I see, that she just kind of made her shit up. Rendered a unanimous 7-0 opinion vote, and the other was a narrow 4-3 opinion vote. Specifically, they said she has no authority on a 7-0 vote, no authority to issue these executive orders. That's fuck. What the hell? Getting ready to go to work. Want to help me go sling some paint? Sling some paint. You could always do it red green style and just take the buckets and then just throw the buckets of paint at the wall and let it splatter where it lands, or land where it splatters, or however you want to say it. I'm not saying it's going to come out nice and even and you know, beautiful looking, but if you tape everything off, it might. I don't know. I mean, I definitely wouldn't advise it, but I mean, get the job done fast. That's all I'm saying. Hey, I'm pulling 12 hours today. Holy shit. Tank, I don't think the customers would pay me to throw paint. All right, plan B. You got a paintball gun? Just turn your CO2 level down, and just let it splatter. You don't want to put a hole in the wall. My dad's got this real cool trick, or not trick. It's a I don't know. It's a tool. It's a spray painter, right? So you tape everything off inside the house, and you can go through the house and spray paint everything. It's through a compressor, and it's meant for indoors, painting indoors, compressor style. That's a pretty cool. It's a pretty cool little device. I'd much rather do it my way though, which is usually with rollers and brushes. I find I can take more pride in it. Anybody can just spray paint on. It takes a certain amount of patience to get the nice little crevices properly and the different colors of trim and shit like that. You just take more pride in it. Everybody's got to make shit more convenient. I would just be happy with a rub at the end of the day. You work too hard, Blue. All right. I'll rub, you tug. Fucking shit. Too soon? Hey, Blue, I got a question for you. What's the speed of sex? The answer to that is 68, because at 69, you got to turn around. I have to. I can't afford myself. Holy fuck. What's the speed of sex? Right? So the speed of sex, the limit speed of sex, it's 68. Because at 69, you have to turn around. Yeah, Blue Eyes foot rubber. You didn't think that was funny? I thought it was funny. I bought off. Pre-existing. What you want, a gold star? That is so weird. This little piggy went to the market. This little piggy stayed home. Sorry, oops. And then it's like this little piggy had roast beef, and this little piggy had none. And then it usually goes blank after that, because usually some little piggy goes we all the way home, and it fucks me right up. That's all I'm saying. That's funny. I don't care who you are. What the hell? That's not weird at all. Where the hell do you find all the cool like sayings on Facebook? Hey, hey, Blue, did you hear that snake thing that I read off about the woman who had the pet snake and she loved the snake very much, but it wouldn't eat and it was 7 feet long? I'll read it anyway. A woman had a pet snake that she loved very much. Oh, you did hear it? Okay. Seems kind of redundant to read it again then. What the hell are all the cool little things that you read on Facebook? Like, what the hell? Here, maybe? Oh, that's videos. Off-duty cop tries to kick man out of his own pool. What the fuck? Where's the volume? Shit, that's loud. This black man got asked to leave his own pool. Well, it's not his pool. I don't mean to be a dick, but it kind of looks like a motel pool. I thought it was like the cop came in his backyard. After an off-duty cop accused him of not being a resident. Oh, wait, is it an apartment building? After I showed her my key, another police officer comes, walked up and tried to kick me out of my own goddamn pool. Whoa. I paid $1,600 in rent. Oh, paid, not paid, paid. Canvas. He was relaxing by his pool before an off-duty cop tried to kick him out for no reason. Ah, shit. I just fucking hit the wrong button. Miserable piece of crap. Wow, that's a lot, Tank? What's a lot? It's been a while since I've heard that. Jesus fucking Christ. I paid 13. Oh, for the rent. I paid 13,000 for the year's worth of mortgage the other day. I think it says off-duty cop tries to kick man out of his own pool. And judging by the background, it kind of looks like there's it's like an apartment complex. So it's probably like those condo things. I'm not entirely quite sure. Yeah. Cop's like, ah, shut up. Oh my god. Shit, she's getting ass hurt and a half. She's freaking out. She stole his key. Tank and all have a good day. You too, Southern. Thanks for the stroll down memory lane as well. And I appreciate you coming by and chilling. Wait. He said she, but that don't look like a she. This man is a hero. He got what he deserved. What? And he doesn't even know it. What? Her card has been declined. How much is it? $24.38. I'm going to something. I didn't read that fast enough. Yes, take the diapers off. What the fuck? He's seen enough. And he walks over to the cash. How much do you have there? 14. How much is the total? $24.50 with the diapers. Don't worry about it. Oh, the dude bought the diapers for the girl. That's fucking awesome. He's about to get a surprise. Fuck, man, I don't like the sound of that. What's the surprise? Can we talk to you for a second? We'll just go out here. We're actually doing, oh, it's one of them fucking setup things. You like that, what would you do shit? A social experiment to see who, oh, fuck off. To see who would help a single mother in need. So I have a question. What made you to decide to help out today? couple of things. The foot. Most diapers. Oh my God. It says, I always said if I was ever in that position that I would do it. I've recently something there. Fuck, it's going too fast. Well, that's generous. I like that guy. That guy's all right in my books. This scene will never get old. Hey, poppin', fresh. I'm in no fucking mood today. I'm next. Now get a fucking pastry box. What the fuck? Oh, it's the Soprano scene. That's funny. Oh, so I can go out, fuck your sister Saturday? Oh, shit. PayPal. Emo's tight for fun. Oh my God. Holy shit. Oh my God, that's funny. Man, whatever happened to The Sopranos? That was a cool show. Top 10 times a racist came to a comedy show. Okay. China's most futuristic car gadget tested. What the fuck? Okay. In case you're wondering what landing on an aircraft carrier looks like, imagine it at night in bad weather. Fuck, that's loud. Christ almighty. Holy shit. Oh, wow. That was cool. Nagorno Karabakh conflict has been ongoing in the span of the last 33 years. What the fuck's that even mean? So basically, they are unlawful separatists of a region that no one recognizes as legitimate. Holy shit, that's fucking loud. Okay, I give up on that shit. Fucking video looks like it's 195 years old. Shit's probably got Alzheimer's. Black Moon Rising. Oh, it's a movie clip. Listen to the good advice when given happy birthday, Tommy Lee Jones. Dude's trying to rob the store. He's like, oh, that's fine. Take all the cash you want. Right up there is a television camera, a television camera. And yep, that's a full face shot right there. Why don't you just give us a full body view? That's funny. What did he say? Holy fuck. You probably got a minute or two. Maybe you don't, as the sirens are coming. That boy's got a bad attitude. The Mercedes driver is about to get some instant karma. He tries to cheat the traffic by going something, but the cyclist isn't allowing it. Full of rage. Oh shit. I don't think he's going to go back, dude. I think he's going to run you the fuck over. Tim, that's exactly what it... Oh, I'm not... I'm watching something on Facebook, and I was reading the little subtitle things that were up on it. Right now, there's this Mercedes driver is about to get some instant karma. So he tried to cheat the traffic, but the cyclist wouldn't let him. So he's trying to tell the guy to go back, but the guy in the car keeps trying to run his ass over. Yeah. The driver won't accept it. He's getting more and more angry. He's like, get out of the way, you fucking dickhead. 999. Where the fuck does 999 lead to the police? Finally, the police arrive and solve the problem. I'm going to have you arrested. Arrest me. He's something, something. The police issue him a ticket, but still insist arguing with them. You're coming with me now, he says. The other officer comes over to find out what happened. Is true. What? Oh, shit. Well, that's interesting. Good times? No, thank you. 1980s versus 2000s. The 80s were a weird time. What the fuck? What the fuck? Uh, what the fuck? Oh my fucking god. This is the stupidest shit I ever seen in my life. I think I just dropped IQ from watching that. Oh my fucking god. What the hell? I mean, it's true though. That's stupid. Crying in the rain. What the fuck? Justice for blind justice. I agree. It's like another episode of Friends. Locking myself in my car and calling a locksmith to get me out. Holy fuck. Shit. That's stupid. What? Why is he pointing the gun at him? He got pulled over, and then this happened. Wait a minute. What did he say? I don't get it. I mean, that escalated quickly. Why does it keep freezing? Oh, there we go. You don't appreciate what? I don't appreciate you sticking your hands. What? This seems like another one of those. Give me your license and registration, but the moment you go for it, you get your life fucking like snuffed out. What the fuck? Why does this shit keep freezing? Let's get rid of some of that shit. Alright. Now let's try it. $80 what now? 87 pulled over speed. I got him reach something under. You asked for. It was fucking weird. That's what I thought of it. The correct way to wear underwear. It's pretty cool. I don't know if I'm ready for it. What the fuck? Have a good day. You too, Blue. Thanks for coming by both times. I appreciate it. What? The only way that they would be wearable is if you put them over your head and use them as like a tank top or something. What the fuck? I was right. What the fuck? It just made you a booby holder. What the fuck? Student gets owned after calling Constitution racist. Do you believe that the Constitution is the best document in political history? What the fuck? It doesn't say that. The Constitution doesn't say that at all. Then why the fuck did you say it? Who the hell's teaching these kids? I fucking hate it when it glitches like that. I need to keep that open. And that. Damn it to hell. That guy's smart. I like that guy. That guy's pretty cool. The Truth About Ontario PM Rant Teacher Union. Jesus Christ. That is loud. Fucking stupid. Sorry we're having trouble playing this video. What the fuck? Why won't it play? Come on, mine. Oh, oops. Ah, wait. Where am I? There we go. Who is this chick? And where's that video? How long ago was it? 22nd. It would be around here. Or where the hell's the video? Where's the picture, people? They must have removed it or something because it's not in the same. Deputy goes on emotional rant. Well, now I'm curious. What's the rant about, woman? What the fuck? There we go. Or not? Yeah, what the? Deputy goes on emotional rant. Why will you not let me hit the volume? One minute you're too loud, the next minute you're not working at all. There we go. thing. Oh, fuck off with that shit. What the hell? What are you doing, pup? Right, okay. Well, get rid of that. And that. What the fuck, man? Why isn't that? What the hell? Okay, here we go. Wow, what the fuck? Why is it? Why are you screwing with me like this? I mean, the resolution. Oh, there we go. It's like they don't want people to see this damn video. Listen, Facebook, I'm not gonna fucking just quit trying to see the rest of the video, so quit fucking with it. I'm persistent. I will sit here until I hear every word this woman has to say, for fuck's sakes. Ah, and it works. feel bad for that lady. What? Holy fuck, man. Fucking thing says that it's buffered, man. Like, just fucking play the video. Quit being such a fucking dick, Facebook. Fuck's wrong with you? Fucking better off just to fucking download the damn thing and watch it. Fucking thing says it is buffered, but it stops again. What the fuck? Yep. Copy link. Shit, what was the date on that? August 4th. The fuck happened? Where'd it go? There we go. Way she's gone download the prig. That's what we're gonna do. Which reminds me. Fuck off. Copy link. Alright. Alright. Download. 1080. Shit. Oh, fuck. What was the date on it? September 19th. Cool. Pissed. download. Fail. What the hell? What the fuck? What the fuck was the name of that? Oh, it's the same. Oh, right. Scroll. Jesus. What is Facebook on the damn fritz? That damn blonde woman says three-way one more time. I swear to God. What the hell? What the fuck? Oh, typical. Freeze it up. Jesus fuck. Don't even get to see what happens with the peanut butter. She was not ready for the scare of her life. Is the title. Doesn't want to play though. So there's that. Fuck off. Where's the volume? Oh, yep. Froze again. What the fuck? Most popular. It says photos. Alrighty. Well, on that note, uh, So, thank you to everybody that's come and chilled and listened to me read shit off and kill time. Yeah, I appreciate y'all. And I'm off for the remaining of the week and the weekend, so I'll probably go live again soonish. Well, not like soonish as in like soonish right now, but like probably tonight or tomorrow night or whichever. So I hope to see you there, and hope everybody has a pleasant remaining of their day. And it was good chilling, and hopefully I'll see you on the next one.